Good morning, everyone. If you would take your seats, we're going to go ahead and get started and call the Planning Commission zoning hearing for December 6th to order. We'd like to start with asking everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We are down one commissioner today. Commissioner Hughes is out today, so we'll be hearing his cases, and we will move forward with the agenda. I will turn it over to Mr. Peterson to run us through today's agenda.
Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When each case is called, we would ask that the applicant please stand up and raise their hand to show that they are here. Then we're going to call to see if anyone is opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that anyone opposed please stand and raise their hand so they can be counted for the record. After recognizing both parties, they will be asked to come forward to be sworn in so they can present testimony to the board. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if anyone will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case and concerns. There's not a rebuttal process, and there's not a process to reserve your time, so you want to convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on the same case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments and questions. And after that, the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. There are 3 cases on today's printed agenda, which have been withdrawn without prejudice, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z58 of 2022, Pulte Home Company. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Next case is rezoning case Z80 of 2022, Renata Dinez. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. And lastly, rezoning case Z85 of 2022, American Contractor Supply, LLC. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. There are a number of cases on today's printed agenda which have been held or continued, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z55 of 2022, Kenneth B. Clary. This case was continued by the staff until the February 7th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z55 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z60 of 2022, Branch Acquisition Company, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the February 7th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z60 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z67 of 2022, SMB Investments Incorporated. This case was continued by the staff until the February 7th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z67 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z77, Lidl U.S. Operations LLC, Deborah Pyburn. This case was continued by the staff until the February 7th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z77 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z81 of 2022, Prime Properties 9 LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the February 7th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z81 will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman and Board, we did get a request late last week that the applicant for rezoning case Z71, Hamilton Homes Holdings LLC, would like to continue their case until the February 7th, 2023 Planning Commission. So we would need a vote by Planning Commission to continue Z71 until February.
All right, Z71 is in District 4, and so in Michael's absence, I'll entertain a motion to continue this case.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion? I'll call the question. By a vote of 4-0, the Z71 will be continued.
Thank you. Before we start the hearing, I do have a few more announcements to make. I would like to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn your cell phone off or put it on silent mode. because when they do ring, it does interfere with the broadcast and the presentation. And any person wishing to speak before the Board of Commissioners must file a campaign contribution disclosure statement if they made a campaign contribution of $250 more to a current member of the Board of Commissioners. Additional information about this requirement is located on the table in the back of the room. I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that if information is due to this board the Monday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. And the last announcement I have is tonight at 6:30 at the Schweitzer Library. We are having a public meeting regarding the Unified Development Code that the Board of Commissioners is considering to adopt. And again, that's 6:30 tonight at the Schweitzer Library. And more information about this can be located at cobbcountyudc.com if you want to see more about it. And with that, Mr. Chairman of the Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for December 6th, 2022. First case on consent is rezoning case Z56 of 2022. Isenchetti requests a rezoning from R30 to R20 for single-family residences in land lot 321 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of West Sandtown Road, north of Friendship Church Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, the District Commissioner to approve the final site plan. Number two, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number three, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Number four, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Number five, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And number six, applicant must provide an updated site plan to stormwater management showing water quality calculations and construction details for stormwater collection and treatment system as an express condition precedent before issuance of building permit. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z56.
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z74, Building New Pathways LLC requests a rezoning from O&I to CRC for office and retail in land lot 804 of the 17th District. The property is located on the northwest side of North Park Place and on the north side of Windy Hill Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, the District Commissioner to approve the final site plan. Number two, variance as stated in the zoning comments. Number three, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number four, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Number five, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Number six, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And number seven, adherence to landscape enhancement strip regulations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z74. Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z79 of 2022, Seven Oaks Stables LLC requests rezoning from R15 with stipulations to R15 with stipulations for amending previous zoning conditions to allow an equestrian facility in land lots 257 and 320 of the 17th District. The property is located on the southeast side of Cooper Lake Road, west of Civitania Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, the District Commissioner to approve the final site plan. Number two, the District Commissioner to approve riding stable elevations. Number three, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number four, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Number five, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Number six, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Number seven, County Arborist to approve the landscape buffer plan. Number eight, all horses to be maintained at least 10 feet from all property lines. And number nine, variances as described in the zoning analysis. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z79?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z82 of 2022, Alicia Scott requests a rezoning from NS to NRC for a daycare in land lot 630 of the 19th District. The property is located on the south side of Milford Church Road and on the north side of Old Milford Church Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the Zoning Division on October 25th, 2022, with the District Commissioner approving the final plan. Number two, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number 3, stormwater management comments and recommendations. Number 4, water and sewer comments and recommendations. Number 5, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And number 6, site plan review, arborist comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for rezoning case Z82? Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z82?
No.
Let the record show there's no opposed, and the applicant is not present, Mr. Chairman. Next case is rezoning case Z83 of 2022, White Road LLC, request rezoning from LI, NR20 to LI for in-office warehouse in land lots 682 and 683 of the 18th District. The property is located on the southeast side of Factory Shells Road and on the northeast side of White Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, site plan received by the zoning division on October 6, 2022, with the district commissioner to approve minor modifications. Number 2, building architecture to be approved by the district commissioner. Number 3, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 4, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number 5, water and sewer comments and recommendations. Number 7, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And number 7, letter from Mr. Kevin Moore dated November 28, 2022. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z83?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z84 of 2022, Jeff Jensen requests a rezoning from GC to LI for office, parking, and equipment storage in land lot 285 of the 17th District. The property is located on the south side of South Cobb Drive, west of the terminus of Henry Street. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, site plan received by the zoning division on October 6, 2022, with the district commissioner to approve minor modifications. Number 2, setback variances as identified in the zoning comments as they pertain to the existing building footprints. Any new buildings to meet the zoning code building setbacks. Number 3, areas used for parking and or maneuvering of vehicles and or equipment to be paved to the extent if recommended by the Cobb County Department of Transportation or Stormwater Management. Number 4, code compliant 50-foot landscape screening buffer to be installed only where the site abuts a property which is both residentially zoned and there currently exists a residential structure. Number 5, access to the site from Henry Street, a local roadway to be prohibited or restricted if recommended by Cobb DOT. Number 6, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 7, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number 8, water and sewer comments and recommendations. And number 9, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z84?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into land use permits on the consent agenda. LUP 25 of 2022, Living Hope Lutheran Church requests a temporary land use permit for an early childhood learning center in land lot 201 of the 20th District. The property is located on the west side of MacDobbs Road and on the north side of Stylesboro Road, northwest of the intersection of MacDobbs Road and Stylesboro Road. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, site plan received by the zoning division on October 5th, 2022. And number 2, DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Is everyone here opposed to LUP 25? And Chair, there's no one opposed, Mr. Chairman, and the applicant is not present for LUP 25. LUP 27 of 2022, Shuri Moss requests a temporary land use permit for cat breeding in land lot 692 of the 19th District. The property is located on the north side of Chauncey Lane at the terminus of Oak Leaf Court. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, no customers, and number 2, no signs. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 27?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into special land use permits, SLUP 18 of 2022, Pat Spencer U-Haul Company of Atlanta West requests a special land use permit for a self-storage facility, truck and trailer rental and retail in land lot 564 and 565 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Piedmont Road, east of Canton Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, final site plan to be approved by the District Commissioner. Number 2, building architecture to be approved by the District Commissioner. Number 3, hours of operation to be approved by the District Commissioner. Number 4, Canton Road design guidelines must be met. Number 5, any trucks or vans for rent must be parked within the building setbacks and only within the property that is zoned general commercial. Number 6, any work to automobiles related to installing hitches must be done inside the building. Number 7, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number 8, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Number 9, Water and Sewer comments and recommendations. Number 10, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And number 11, special land use permit is only for the general commercial zone property. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to SLUP 18? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman and Board.
All right, thank you. I will entertain a motion for the consent agenda. We need to vote on the consent agenda. Yeah. Yeah, hold on.
Were there some conditions you were going to add to one of the cases, Mr. Chairman?
You didn't call it out, so I didn't know if we were going to do it in regular. That was for Z79.
Yeah, for Seven Oaks Stables, I thought we were going to add some conditions to it.
We were, but you didn't go, you skipped over it, I thought.
No, I read it in.
Okay.
So we need to amend the agenda to add those conditions and do it right.
Absolutely. So for Z79 Seven Oaks Stables, we did receive some additional conditions from the Mapleton Improvement Coalition and want to make sure that each of those stipulations are added to that case before adding it to the consent agenda.
Can we understand what those are?
And Mr. Chairman, Board, if the board wishes, I could read those into the record so the public can also hear it.
Please do. That'd be great.
Okay. Okay, for rezoning case C79, Seven Oak Stables, we're going to amend the consent agenda to also add these conditions I'm about to read in. Number 1, additional buildings for equipment storage and for hay storage will be of the same materials and architecture as the barn. Any buildings greater than 750 square feet require approval by the Board of Commissioners through another business item. Number 2, elevations for the barn to be provided to Mr. Swarth Art, with the color being brown or gray and the roof of a similar color and non-reflective coating. Number 3, maximum of 12 stalls in the barn. Number 4, maximum of 4 events annually. Events defined as attendance of more than 25 people. Number 5, landscape review committee for the Cooper Lake road frontage to include fencing and shrubbery intended to adequately safeguard horses while providing an attractive view shed from the road. The committee would be comprised of the applicant, the Mapleton Improvement Coalition, and the Cobb County Community Development Department. Number 6, pavement for the first 60 feet of each driveway. Gravel is acceptable past that point. Number 7, lighting designs so as not to impact neighbors with appropriate shielding to ensure light does not escape the property. And last one is use specific for this applicant and use only. Any change either requires a new zoning, or any change in either requires a new zoning application. And that would be the addition to that item.
Thank you. And it's my understanding the applicant has agreed to those stipulations as well. So it's the District 4 Commissioner's position that be amended and stay on consent agenda. So I will entertain a motion now with that amendment.
Is that a motion to amend? If so, then I move to amend the conditions for C79. Is that what? we're looking for?
We have to do the amendment separate.
What you should do is vote first to amend the consent agenda as revised, and then if that gets approved, then you make a motion to approve the entire consent agenda as revised.
So right now, the vote is just pertaining to Z79.
Yeah, to amend it.
So your motion stands. I'll entertain a second based on the motion on the table.
Second.
I have a second from, let me make sure. Robin, did you get what we're voting on? Debbie made the motion, Commissioner Anderson second, and now I'll call the question. So by a vote of 4-0, we amend Z79 with the conditions and stipulations read in by Mr. Peterson. Now I'll entertain a motion to approve the entire consent agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ballon. Any discussion? Call the question. All right, a vote of 4-0, the consent agenda is approved.
Okay, thank you. And all those folks that were on consent and that were approved, you're free to go. Just come back in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners hearing. Thank you. Okay, moving into the held and continued case part of the agenda. First case is rezoning case Z65 of 2022. Drapac Investments LLC request rezoning from RA5 to RA5 for a single-family attached and detached subdivision in land lots 87 and 88 of the 18th district. The property is located on the west side of Michael Road, south of Vanessa Circle, at the terminus of Limbs Drive, and at the terminus of Oak Hill Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z65? Please stand up and raise your hands. Three. Let the record show there are 3 people here opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams. I'm with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, and Huff here in the city of Marietta, and have the honor and privilege of representing Drapac Investments, LLC, concerning this application for rezoning. This is an application that was heard and considered by you last month, full board. And then Michael Hughes, the district commissioner, made a motion, and it was supported unanimously to hold it, to give us an opportunity to complete some of the traffic data update that we had, and to make some additional revisions to the site plan, and to do some work in terms of the issues that were raised during that meeting. Of course, I have company representatives here today. I have Mr. Adam Mitchell and Mr. Jim Sibley of Drapac, and they're seated. If you raise your hand back there. And also has our experts or consultants that, sort of departing from my usual way of presentation, are going to take a part in this presentation, knowing that this is a held case, and we really can't, and you don't want us to get into reiterating the background information, but I just wanted you to know that we've done, we think, what Planning Commissioner Hughes wanted us to do. Met with him before, I guess last week, before he had to leave, or did leave town. I think it's over the weekend. Also, last time I was here, I went over the 17-year chronology, or the history of this property, because I would say it's fascinating, but it's convoluted and it's complicated. But that's all in the stipulation letters, and you've got 3 of those, so I'll defer to those for now in terms of time. Our original stipulation letter was September 7th. We had a follow-up on September the 26th, were supplemental stipulations, and then on October 21, we filed a revised site plan, which shows some of the components where we are today in terms of a reduction in density and just a reconfiguration in order to accommodate some of the concerns that were addressed. Today, we're simply asking for you to consider pardon me, the new information that you're going to hear and the information you already have or your staff has in written form as well. And we're just also asking, of course, that respectfully you recommend to the Board of Commissioners that this application be approved. Before I get into introducing the two gentlemen who are our consultants, our traffic engineer, our civil engineer, and just to tee it up real quickly, this is the subject property. It's a 19.45 acre tract of land, as you can see, located on the west side of Michael Road, at the terminus of Linda Drive, at the terminus of Oak Hill Drive, and south of Vanessa Circle. Look immediately north and you'll see that it's has direct contiguity to the city of Austell. Looking more closely at land use and zoning districts, you can see we're currently zoned RA5. Subdivisions, long-standing, well-manicured, single-family, mostly ranch home subdivisions are located to our east. If you look back to the west, you see the RM8 and some other rezonings were done that I did and that others did in 2006, 2007. And then that middle portion, middle piece is a 30-some-odd acre tract that Cobb County now owns. It's stream traversed. It's in a conservation easement, but it can't be traversed in terms of traffic and any type of utilization except for conservation purposes. In our efforts, we've always kept in mind, and it's important that from the very beginning back in early 2005 and 6, the property even then was zoned, or excuse me, designated. This orange is MDR. Everything around it is LDR, or either the city of Akron to our north. And again, this is your GIS map. This more closely defines and really helps you understand the positioning of this property in relation to the other zonings, jurisdictions, and the configuration of the properties that are nearby. We've included a reduction in the number of homes, so now there's a total number of 81 homes, 57 towns, and 24 single-family detached homes, as shown on this revised site plan, which has some other components as well. Our traffic engineer, Mr. Naveed Jafar with NV5 in traffic engineering, has done not two separate studies, but done the submittal one and an amendment to submittal one. You've got the amendment to submittal one dated November 28th that's in front of you, along with handouts with some of the things we're showing here electronically, but he's going to explain the original submittals, traffic generation in relation to AM, PM peak hours, potential levels of service, his study area or the network in which he studied, and whether or not there's capacity based upon the trip gens that we have, particularly as reduced by the reduction in density. And then our civil engineer, Mr. Jeff Smith, who is the owner of Ridge Planning and Engineering, and our engineer of record in this, is going to be going through the changes which has been made to the site plan, address the issue of wetlands that was brought up during the Planning Commission, your original Planning Commission hearing. Also talk about the buffers that have been added and the reconfiguration and the developmental constraints, not only the county property, but of the stream bank buffers that you can see have direct contiguity to us and, of course, have to remain undisturbed in perpetuity. In fact, those are going in terms of a conservation easement in favor of Cobb County. So right at this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Naveed Jafar, PE, with NV5, our traffic engineer, and in turn, he'll introduce Mr. Jeff Smith, our civil engineer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this project. We have submitted submittal one for this project as part of the traffic impact study. Submittal
Mr.
one.
Chairman, can you ask his name for the record, please?
State your name for the record.
Oh, sorry. It's Naveed Jaffer, and I'm with NV5.
Thank you.
As part of this project, we have submitted submittal one, which is to define the traffic parameters for the traffic impact study, which will be conducted in submittal 2 of the project. We submitted submittal 1 back on November the 8th, and we have received comments based on the parameters which we had defined. One of the comments which we received was to add one additional intersection of Oak Hill and Hickory Hill Drive intersection. And the other comment really was to revise the trip distributions from the two portions of development. We had initially a 60-40 split for the two developments, but Cobb County had recommended that we change it to a 70-30 split, which we have done. We then resubmitted submittal 1 back last week, and we received further comments which are really just a explanation, wording description for the site plan layout. In terms of what the development will be generating, the single-family detached housing will be generating a daily trips of 272 daily trips, 20 trips in the AM peak hour, and 26 trips in the PM peak hour. The single-family townhomes.
You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, yes. That will be generating 384 trips and daily trips, and 24 trips in the AM peak hour and 30 trips in the PM peak hour. We also looked at an initial analysis of what the roadway capacity is, and our preliminary assessment is that there is sufficient capacity to be able to accommodate the additional trips on this roadway. But again, the traffic study that we're going to do for submittal 2 will undertake new traffic counts and then conduct capacity analysis at the study intersections that Cobb County have requested. And I'm open to any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And at this point, I will introduce Jeff Smith.
And Jeff, state your name for the record, but you have 1 minute left of comments.
All right, I'll make it concise. Jeff Smith with Ridge Planning and Engineering. I'm the civil engineer. Just wanted to touch on a couple quick points. Garvis mentioned that we had a reduction in density. Just wanted to point out we did reduce the number of townhomes from 73 to 57, and that's what you have before you right now. In doing so, we actually increased the amount of open space on site by 4 acres. So now we have 8.9 acres of open space, which is 45% of the site, which is almost half the site is going to be open space. As far as streams and wetlands, we are not proposing at this time to disturb any stream or wetlands that are currently on the site. In addition, as you all know, we're proposing to show the 50-foot undisturbed buffer that Cobb County requires on both sides of the stream. We don't plan on impacting that at this point. Some community members mentioned upstream of us. To the east, there's a pond and a stream, and last meeting they were asking what sort of impact they might see. Since they are upstream of us, I have looked at it and confirmed there will be no impact to that stream and that pond that relies.
And you're at time.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Now we'll hear from the opposition.
Good morning. My name is Lori Herron. We did meet with Mr. Garvis and his team about some concessions they might make at the property. One thing we would like to suggest is if they change the townhome development to single family, which would reduce the number of units and thereby lessen the amount of traffic on Linda Drive. We still feel like it is the traffic will impact the surrounding neighborhoods negatively, and the rest of the developments around there are detached single-family homes, and it would fit better into the nature of the surrounding developments.
Thank you.
Good morning, Travis McComb, Cobb County School District. Approval of this petition will cause concern for Cobb County School District. as it is already over capacity in one particular school, Mapleton Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opposition? All right, we'll close the public part of the hearing. This is in District 4, and in Commissioner Hughes' absence, I'll lead the discussion on this. Can I first get Amy with DOT?
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Thank you, Amy. So with the new, I know we've a number of different issues, even from last meeting. With the new study, this November 28th traffic study, has DOT had a chance to review this and provide comment?
Yes, now, as their traffic engineer mentioned, they, what they've submitted so far is what we call submittal 1, which is basically the assumptions for the traffic study. So the full traffic study has not yet been completed. The only thing that's outstanding from that submittal 1 is whether or not the portion off Linda Drive is single family or townhomes. I know I had some communication with with Commissioner Hughes that possibility of it changing to single family homes, and there's some conflicting references in the submittal 1. So it just needs to match whatever their final site plan is. Today they presented townhomes, so all the references should be changed to townhome.
Okay.
And then they'll proceed on. It is. I'm not concerned that it needs to be held before, as long as they have the study before the Board of Commissioners hearing. I believe it'll be acceptable.
Okay. There's also some concerns about the blind intersection that we talked about, I guess, last time. Does this satisfy DOT in terms of the plans here?
So the traffic study doesn't deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that the district commissioner is considering her options on what approach to take with that blind hill. What it is there is some limited intersection sight distance coming down southbound on Oak Hill toward Hickory Hill. And so to address that, we could address it. The low-cost way would be with a cautionary speed sign to lower speed to 20 miles an hour where the intersection sight distance is met. At 25, it is not quite met. The other would be to regrade the hill that is at that intersection. So that is outside the site, so it's not dealt with in their site plan. But the cost of that is about $100,000.
Right.
And so the commissioner, I believe, is still in discussions on which way that she wants to go with that potential improvement.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Amy, my fellow commissioners? No? All right, thank you.
No problem.
Can I have the applicant back, Garvis?
And I know you got a question, but just to follow up on that one, if I may,
Yep.
with Amy. Mr. Hughes, even though he's out of town, was kind enough to keep doing his job and texted me on either Saturday or Sunday, mentioned this $100,000 improvement
Yep.
thing, and it's not something that's unanticipated, and so we're in discussions with that, not yet with the commissioner, but with Michael, and certainly will with DOT, but it's not a surprise, and we're willing to participate in terms of that happening.
You jumped to my question right before I asked.
Did I?
I also been in communication with Commissioner Hughes, as well as the district commissioner, and about the $100,000, and there seems to be a desire for that conversation to happen so that there's comfortability on all parts.
It's not a surprise. It'll continue to happen, and there may be some other requests for system/project related improvements, and we're malleable and open to that, but obviously it's kind of a quid pro quo situation. If we end up losing more density than we've already lost, it makes it more problematic in terms of contributing to what probably are more public system improvements and project system improvements. But that being said, we're at the table and continue to be so. And I agree with Amy with respect to to what needs to be done. I'm not trying to suggest that you hold, approve, or disapprove. Well, yeah, I want you to approve it. But I think we can get the traffic study done over the next 2 weeks in time for her and her operations folks to look at it. If not, then we'll continue the case. I'm not going to come before the Board of Commissioners with incomplete information.
All right, got it. Any other questions for the applicant? Yep, Commissioner Ballone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize, I'm not familiar with this area all that well. Can you tell me on Oak Hill or Hickory Hill or Terry, are there any sidewalks on any of those roads?
I believe there are. I know there's not down Linda Drive, but I haven't taken a full evaluation of the other contiguous developments.
But if I understand the new plan, you're no longer going to have Linda Drive as a primary entrance? Or do I misread the plan?
No, that is the plan for that side, yes, sir.
The plan's to use Oak Hill, right?
Sir?
Is the plan to use Oak Hill or Linda?
Linda. Ideally, it would be fantastic if we could traverse property, get back to Maxim Road, but there's no way physically to do that, or unless we got the county to agree to build us about a $45 million bridge across that floodplain.
All right, so same questions. Any sidewalks on Linda or Michael at present?
No, sir. Certainly not on Linda. Michael, I can't speak to.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions of anyone else from our other commissioners regarding this case? No? Okay. I think I'm prepared to make a motion on behalf of, again, in Commissioner Hughes' absence. And thank you for the additional work that the applicant has done on this, and that was recognized in my conversation with both Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Sheffield. I believe we want to, I want to make a motion to continue the case to the next planning hearing to allow time for correction of the submittal of the traffic study, to make that adhere all the way through with the correction of townhomes or single-family homes, as well as to allow time for the conversation with the district commissioner regarding the site improvements affecting that site distance. And that would be my motion.
Just to confirm, would that be continued or held at this time? It'd be held. Okay.
It'd be held. That's correction. Thank you.
I second that motion to hold.
I have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion? If not, I'll call the question. So for 4-0, we will hold Z65 to the next planning hearing. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and Board, the next case has a companion special land use permit case with it. Would it be the board's desire to hear both cases together and then just make separate motions on each case? Okay.
Yes.
All right, rezoning case Z66 of 2022, ADP Terra Mill LLC, request rezoning from R80 to CRC for a climate-controlled self-storage in land lot 936 of the 17th District. The property is located on the west side of Terra Mill Road and on the south side of Delk Road, together with its special land use permit SLEP 14 of 2022, ADP Terra Mill LLC, request a special land use permit for a climate-controlled self-storage facility in land lot 936 of the 17th District. The property is located on the west side of Terra Mill Road and on the south side of Delk Road. The applicant is present. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to this rezoning case and this special land use permit? Please stand and raise your hand. Let the record show there's no one opposed.
All right, we'll get started.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Moore here on behalf of the applicant and the property owner in this application for rezoning. This was presented to you last month, and we had a nice, full, and very robust discussion and conversation and held to this month. And so I want to update you and not simply just repeat a presentation because you heard it in full last month. But I do want to remind you of a couple of very key points. First and foremost, this property is 2.5 acres. It's at the intersection of Delk Road and Terrell Mill Road. You see it highlighted in the center of your screen there. Its positioning and location on the triangled corner of a signalized intersection of Terrell Mill and Delk Road. You can see that it is on one side, as you're looking at the screen to the left, you see the red GC. That's a full Publix shopping center. And across the street, across Delk Road, is NRC and LRC, which is used for those types of uses, a bank and a fast food restaurant. Delk Road, if you're familiar with Delk Road at all, this location is a 4-lane plus some divided median highway at this location. And then you have Terrell Mill Road. Once you turn the corner and then come down Terrell Mill Road, you have residential, which is suburban condominium, RMH townhomes, as well as single-family residential neighborhoods, long-time neighborhoods there on the right-hand screen. And Terrell Mill then turns into more commercial as you get to its intersection with Powers Ferry on the other end. So when you get to the other end of Terrell Mill, where it intersects with Powers Ferry, it's commercial. And then what we're proposing here, though, is a deletion of rezoning of this property to office institutional with a special land use permit for a climate-controlled self-storage facility. This is one that we've recognized from day one. Yes, this property is designated as medium-density residential on your land use plan and has been. The instance, though, here, and a little bit of further context, and I mentioned this and I really want to emphasize it again. This property owner, the estate of Ruby Friedel, I'm honored to be their lawyer as well. They tried. This property was under contract less than 2 years ago for a residential project intentionally, even though they received offers from other much more intense commercial users than what's being proposed today for much more money. They chose to go forward with a residential contract from an extremely reputable developer to build townhomes at this location, and did so in the hopes that it would move through. This is a developer that's a residential developer that has built in Cobb County, knows the rules, knows everything to do, and has done many deals here. They were unable to make it work economically. This property is just too small. It's 2.5 acres, and it's exposed too much to Delk Road and a shopping center. And it's 2.5 acres. You simply cannot generate enough units on the property, even if you go beyond the land use plan by a small margin, to make it economically feasible. It's just not big enough. That's the problem when it looks at it from a residential perspective. And that contract was terminated. And that's recently during the height of the residential boom that we've experienced. So if it could have worked under any circumstances, it would have worked residentially. So that left this owner, this estate, with a choice. They have to move forward to try to sell this property. It's an estate property, and they've done so. Again, rejecting commercial offers for more money, for much more intense commercial uses. And what we came upon was this particular applicant who's done a wonderful job. Shamrock Building has done a wonderful job. It's ADP Terrell Mill, but that's their company they formed for this project individually. And they've done a wonderful job engaging the community as a climate-controlled self-storage facility. There is no lower impact non-residential use. It has very little traffic in and out. What can be accomplished with this type of use, though, is you can work with your site plan. Are we working? You may have to go with me one forward. You can work with your site plan and your exterior to really engage with the community and create a specific look. What we've done with this site plan and continued our work with engagement with the community. In particular, we have tree save areas on the corner, which are very important. There's some nice trees there that really, as you turn that corner, as you come onto Terrell Mill Road, to have that tree save area, to set that off, to really start to distinguish what this project can be, makes a big difference. In addition, we've limited our access on Terrell Mill Road to simply a right in, right out. We've taken away all activity from the Terrell Mill side and put it adjacent to the shopping center on the left-hand side of your screen from a site planning's perspective and made sure everything is oriented towards the 4-lane divided Delk Road and the shopping center as opposed to Terrell Mill. And you can do that with this type of use. In addition, we have, as I said, residential to our rear, which is the bottom of your screen on your site plan. That's Cobblestone Walk. We have an extremely large buffer that we have planned for as well. As part of this, we were able to also generate a preliminary landscape plan. We've already stipulated to have a landscape review committee where we've engaged with Cobblestone and Mill Ridge subdivision across the street, so they're part of the landscape review committee. But we also wanted to ensure that we had a proposed type of landscape plan so they have a starting point to look at. And you can see the level of commitment both in the buffer in terms of the landscaping materials being proposed for this in terms of trees and bushes and so forth, as well as in the tree save areas and the landscaping that surrounds this, all in an effort, again, to make sure that we are presenting a proposal and a project here that even though this has been residential on the land use plan for so long, what we're trying to do is create an experience, to create a location and a project that has a certain look, so that when the residents that we're talking about on Terrell Mill, that we're sensitive with and sensitive to and have worked with during this very long time for over 6 months now, we're creating a look and taking any activity, experience, intensity of this project and putting it next to the shopping center and off of Delk Road and away from them. This landscape plan accomplishes a lot of that as well. In addition, what we've been able to do is have stipulations that very much limited signage, limited the size of signage to very small signage on Terrell Mill Road. Any signage that will be wall signage on the building has gooseneck lighting. It's not backlit, gooseneck lighting, and also very limited in terms of how it will be appearing. We've also included signage as part of our Architectural Control Committee with these other residential groups. So the engagement has been tremendous. Going to that look, again, you saw it last month. There's even been some updates since then as we've continued to refine this and continue to have those conversations, that you can see the type of building so that it has a townhomey type look to it, but it in fact is climate controlled self-storage. And you can see as I move through here, you can see how it really much limits its impact and how it appears and looks. It could be a very high-end office building. It could be townhomes. It really looks like they're individual townhome units to a great extent here. And as you continue through, even going to the rear, we've included windows, even though that's going to be completely buffered. We've gone to the added expense to do that. And we think that's important to do here as we have continued to engage with this community. We have provided for more restrictive hours than any other climate-controlled self-storage facility in the area. We've provided for limited signage. We've provided for tremendous street frontage landscaping with fencing and columns to present a certain look, which we think has been welcomed by the community that we have engaged with to date. All of this we think is key to the experience that we've created here for this application. One of the questions that we talked about last time was that engagement, who we engaged with. I do want to report the Powers Ferry Corridor Alliance has been an instrumental part of that engagement, both with Mill Ridge Subdivision and well as the Cobblestone Walk. We very much enjoyed and appreciated all of the input we've had from Ms. Sherry George of Mill Ridge and Mr. Tom Whitehead of Cobblestone Walk on behalf of their respective HOAs, and also with Powers Ferry Corridor Alliance. They have provided me their statement this time. At the end of that is that they have reviewed this proposal in detail, have heard from various community factions that have discussed it. Some have not been opposed to, some have been opposed, some have been very supportive of it. But at the end of the day, as they have understood it, they have listened to the neighbors closest to this project, Cobblestone and Mill Ridge, the ones that we're adjacent to, who have been supportive of it. And what the Powers Ferry Corridor Alliance ultimately states is they have chose not to offer a full-on championing of Z66, but their official position is that of not opposed to Z66 as it has been presented. And that's their official position, which I think is important from the Alliance standpoint in recognizing that the neighbors closest to us that have been engaged with us for 6 months, that have provided these deep conversations to present and prepare this application, that's the process working. and we hope that you agree. With that, I got 6 seconds.
6 seconds.
With that, we respectfully request your recommendation of approval subject to the stipulation letter and package. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. There was no opposition, so we'll turn over, this is in District 2, so I'll turn it over to Commissioner Anderson to lead the discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Paul, Chairman. Can I have the, actually, the applicant come back up again, Mr. Moore, just for a moment? Hi, Kevin. Good morning.
Good morning.
So thank you for taking the time to outline and to update us on all the efforts taking place so far. Just wanted to make sure I understood some of the elevations that were shown here.
Sure.
So I know on the site plan, this is a 2-story structure with a basement, and
Right.
the contours slope down, heading south on Terrell Mill. And so I see I don't know which one I'm looking at right here, but an elevation that seems to show a pretty consistent 3-story facade. And so, some of the elevations didn't seem to, I was expecting ones where there were a majority 2-story.
Right.
And then that basement level would kind of be recessed a little bit along the kind of back end of the site. But help me walk through, is that just a function of putting windows where there aren't really floors for decorative purposes? Or, is this really 2 stories or is it 3 stories? Where does it begin to be 3 stories effectively?
It's really 2 stories. You've got the topography of the site as it slopes, okay? One of the things that we have very much tried to do is take the building and put it into the slope, okay?
Yep.
Which is why it ends up being 2 stories with this basement. And what we're trying to avoid as well is we're trying to we have to pull this building. This was part of the site plan design, okay,
Yep.
that we went through. And that is ensuring that we moved parking, activity, loading away from Terrell Mill, okay? And so in doing that, we had to shift the building, move everything over there and create that room, which is why we're having to really utilize that slope. If we weren't to do that and utilize that slope and therefore have the basement, you wouldn't be able to have like a tree save area that we've created that was very important to the residents, because you're going to have to do more cut and fill to level out that site to create it to be 2 stories. So it's much more about utilizing the topography of the site as opposed to anything else. But yes, I mean, it does appear to be like it's, you can see where it drops off as 3 stories as well, and where you have down the bottom end here, which is really where you see the basement floor. But then as you see going to the right, it's really 2 stories. So it's only when you get down to the corner, if you look at this elevation, this is from the traffic light essentially.
Yep.
Okay. You can see that's where you have the basement level, and you see back to the right, it's really 2 stories going back up Delk Road. Okay. So hopefully that makes some explanation.
Yeah. So I'm assuming you're just excavating and basically keeping a flat level. You're not doing any step-ups or anything like that. The final roof height and roof line is going to be pretty consistent.
Right, the roof line's the same, that's correct.
Okay, just wanted to
Yeah,
confirm completely.
the roof line's the same, it's just the building as it's dropping with the topography.
Right, you're just taking advantage of the fact that there's a ditch.
Correct.
To make a basement.
Correct.
Got it, okay.
But I think this, if you look at this particular elevation that I put up, I think it shows it a kind of a better view.
Yep.
Because you can see it doesn't get very far when you're going to the right per this elevation that you see that you're at 2 stories quickly.
Got it. And how high would, once you factor in gables, and how high do you roughly expect this to be?
35, 36 feet.
And on your landscape buffering plan, kind of what's the height of the species that you have along Terrell Mill?
So for our landscape plan along Terrell Mill, what we're having is screening trees that are going to be 6 to 8 feet at height at planting, correct? Correct. And so we have the ones we're planning understanding, you've got at Terrell Mill, the tree save area, which is at the intersection. Those are full-grown, mature trees. So they're, 30 to 50 feet high or more, whatever those trees are there. They're large trees. And then any new trees we're planting are 6 to 8 feet at planting, which will grow taller. And then the same goes for the buffer. A lot of that buffer area has a mixture of utilizing some of the existing natural screening there, as well as adding the same level of screening.
Okay, great. Thank you. And okay, that was my main question on the elevations, because I was still trying to figure out is there, some of them seem to suggest that this was effectively 3 stories with kind of some credit for the basement. But it looks, my understanding is then that you're only really seeing 3 stories at the intersection of Delk and Terrell Mill.
As it comes down the hill,
and then
correct.
A little bit more on Terrell Mill. Okay, great. Can you talk a little bit about how this, there's a number of stores, self-storage facilities in the area already, and so it would be helpful just to kind of understand at a high level how you thought about those and kind of saturation in the area.
Sure.
For the market. Just welcome your thoughts on that, so I can understand if it seems as though it's an area that has already a pretty well-rounded set of storage facilities within it. So it would be helpful just to educate me on why that would make sense here.
Sure. First, I think it's important that you know that this particular developer and builder, Shamrock, they've developed one of the ones that you're speaking of, one of the newer ones in the general area, okay, which would mean you could define that as either within a 1-mile radius or a 3-mile radius. And so they're extremely familiar with this market and with this area, and they've been doing this a very long time and have been very successful at execution of these. To give you that high level, right now, when you look at, I think, 3 main components, that 1-mile radius and what is and they use metrics for this, and I don't want to have to get too far in it, but there's metrics that they use that they are reviewing to determine the amount of square feet available for storage use versus the population and that type of thing. So when you take that and do it as a 1-mile and a 3-mile radius is out, you do not have an oversaturation at all. It's not on the high end of even the average. So even though you've seen them in the area, you do have a lot of population in the area. And the last thing to look at is what is the projected population growth in this particular area, both 1 mile and 3 mile as you go. And looking where this is, in particular, that population growth rate is still strong as projected. And those are the reasons why this would be successful, and there still is quite a bit of room for this type of use. Moreover, when you look at some of the other major storage companies and look at their proprietary metrics, it comes out extremely strong under theirs as well for this location.
Last question I had for you on that was, you spoke about how this site there was an effort to have a residential use here before.
Correct.
And one of the things we asked last time, or at least I had mentioned last time, was trying to understand, what exactly makes this site prohibitively expensive. So we don't look at evaluation in terms of the economics or pricing associated with deal. That's not within the scope of what we do. But just trying to understand the conditions around, this site and its topography or any other elements of it. Why can't this? What causes this to fail in as a residential site? What are some of the specifics that you believe to be in place that prevent a residential use here, even a very modest one?
Sure. So, and I'll be speaking not from my opinion, but what I was informed about from like I said, the residential developer who has done many projects here. And so what was communicated to me, as I stated, I do represent the estate and did represent them in that what ultimately was not successful in that contract. So I was familiar with it. And so this is not just simply, oh, here's what I think. I can simply tell you what I was told. And again, and so what was informed and what was told to me, there's two things at play, and I'll try not to get too deep with it. There's two things at play. Number one is you have the cost of development. There's three items in play. Cost of development, so your cost, how many homes, and then what sales price ultimately would you have to achieve in order to make it successful. And all three of those have to come within, when you equal out that equation, you've got to be within an economic viability range for that to happen. Here, what happens is the cost of development, even though it's 2.5 acres, are still on the above average side. You do have some topography. You're gonna have to have some above average treatment of the buffer as it relates to the rear of a shopping center. Above average treatment is what you're going to have to try to look towards as you relate to Delk Road, because it's right there.
Yep.
And so that was part of it. But the numerator, that you've got the number of units is just not enough. And what happens is you can't produce a project that falls within some economic viability ranges because you simply do not and cannot put enough units here. A project that's only 10 or 12 units is just not enough units to offset even what are above average costs on development side to get within that range. You can't get there. You end up with a project that from their standpoint was not one that would ultimately work, both from a price point, execution, and so forth. And they gave it a good try. They just couldn't make it work.
Got it.
It's just not big enough. If you had a 4-acre site, you could generate enough units. If you had 5 acres, you could start to generate the units. But to develop a 2.5-acre site versus a 4-acre site, there's not a ton of difference in development costs, but there's a huge difference in the number of units to spread that out over.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Any of my fellow commissioners have any questions?
Question? No.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions.
Yep. Thank you. And then, can I have Carl Carver come up from Stormwater, please?
Carl Carver, Cobb County Stormwater.
Great. Thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
So, just wanted to, you had noted, I think, 3 updated comments specific to the project on here, around the capacity, around the existing storm drainage system, and then the drainage into a pond along Turtle Mill. And then finally, there was a need for an evaluation downstream at Beechwood.
Sure.
In light of just wanted to make sure we're aligning those comments with the most recent site plan that has the underground detention water quality. Those comments still hold for the site plan as proposed here, is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, it would still apply.
Okay, got it. I'd received a couple emails just around stormwater concerns, standard concerns about drainage within this area and prior flood events that have occurred around here. Do you have any context on any immediate flood events that have happened here and any potential relation to this site?
Not any recent information or anything of record that we have.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I got that addressed because I did receive an email about someone who had referenced I think an event in 2017, I think.
Okay, could have been, but the downstream analysis will be a part of all the hydrology study that's required at land disturbance permit.
Yep, okay. Great, thank you. Does anyone else have any other questions?
Any other questions for Carl? No.
Thank you. And then can I have Amy Diaz from DOT please come up?
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Hi, Amy. And then, Amy, I'm just looking through the comments here in terms of this site. With the landscaping plan that's been proposed here, I know this is, I think, a fairly recent addition. You had noted some recommendation of a minimum like 50-foot straight line distance from the first internal parking space. Are there any considerations around site distance that present challenges in your mind here, either on Delk Road or Terrell Mill?
Certainly, they need to be cognizant of the fact that they need the landscaping not to block line of sight. So some of the trees that are noted might have to be shorter vegetation. That's something that will be finalized during plan review. There's shorter vegetation they can use within the landscaping if the trees won't work. The 50 feet internally is not really related to site distance per se. Site distance happens at the stop bar, so it's right on the roadway. The 50 feet has to do with turning movements into the into the site.
Got it. So quick, obviously we're not doing a site plan review here, but we probably will be in a scenario where some of that buffering, visible screening might kind of have to sacrifice a little bit in terms of its height in order to meet
Possibly,
traffic. Okay.
yeah. So the one thing that that I do want to reflect is the thing that jumps out at you is the landscaping along Delk Road. You know, that's where you got the trees right next to the intersection. However, that's a right in, right out, so they only have to see to the left, technically. So as long as they can see, any pedestrians or anything like that, there's not going to be traffic approaching from that direction. So that does help them a lot in using taller landscaping.
Got it. So Delk Road has more flexibility in terms of full height, but potentially it's also the highest point already on the site. I think, so that would probably, that one, I think I get more concerned around the elements that are going to be screening the full 3 stories. As it sinks down, it becomes a little bit more of a hulking structure, but that's not a DOT question.
Yeah, so what they show over on their other roadway, Terrell Mill, is it looks like the landscaping is further back. At least I assume that's what the gray marking is that's
the tree
not going to be
area.
trees. Basically, they're keeping the trees back from the corner for the people that need to see to the left at that driveway.
Got it.
So it might be acceptable. They just have to make sure that they're not blocking line of sight, but that's something that's confirmed at the plan review level.
Right, okay. Great, thank you. Any other questions? Amy?
Questions for Amy? Nope.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And then I have a question for John Peterson. John, can you walk us through a little bit on the context around this site? The staff recommendation is for denial, and we'd love to just hear your thoughts on the history, context around why this area became designated as MD, medium density, and then also any context on just this additional context on the staff comments.
Okay. Staff did recommend this case be denied, and we did that for a couple of different reasons. When we look at the area along Terrell Mill Road, it's residential, and the board's been very careful with this side to zone things residentially, and that's why probably a couple of decades ago they put the entire strip into medium density residential on this side of Terrell Mill Road. And in the last 20 years, the suburban condominiums directly to the south came in and got zoned, and below that are some townhomes that got zoned, I think RA6, probably about 7 or 8 years ago. The staff did take into account the land use plan, which is medium density residential. We did look at the character of the area along Terrell Mill Road closely, and we did see that there was a lot of residential, including single-family houses directly across the street. Albeit though there is commercial on the Delk Road side. It butts up to the public shopping center on the west, And to the north is, I think, a drugstore and some other type of retail, maybe a restaurant. But, just historically, the board has zoned things along this stretch of Terra Mill residentially to keep the character of the area. And that's why, those reasons are why staff recommended denial of the application.
Thank you, John. Any questions of my fellow commissioners?
Question? Commissioner Below.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you comment a little bit about any smaller townhome developments or condominiums in the immediate area?
Directly south are some suburban condominiums, and that's developed probably less than 5 units per acre. And when the board zoned that, you'll notice they put a strip of R20 along the frontage to help buffer it from the houses directly across Tillmore Road. And on the other side of these suburban condominiums, hey, Brad, can you zoom out a little bit on the GIS map? More, yeah. Okay. And directly below the suburban condominiums is a townhome development zoned RA6, which the board probably zoned 7 or 8 years ago. And it is currently developed as townhomes. And then, of course, on the east side of Terminal, there's a mixture of RA4, R15, R40, and R80 zone properties.
So how many years ago were the suburban condominiums developed, do you know?
I would guess probably 20 years ago.
All right, and they continue to function in that capacity?
Correct.
As residential condos?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
No.
Not, I'll turn it back to you, Commissioner.
Great, thank you. So overall, just for providing additional context, I think the efforts around elevations and working with the adjacent communities have yielded some really good progress and some really good kind of elevations that help people visualize the project a lot more. Self-storage can always be something which kind of comes attached with preconditions, or preconceptions, I should say. I did receive several emails leading up to this hearing that, although there were no one present in opposition, did express concerns about this case, primarily around things related to stormwater values, impact on values, all considerations that we generally hear before this board. And I do believe that there's, in a case like this, the goal is to try to, be cognizant of any potential future uses and changes in that may be occurring over time that need to be kind of accommodated or updated in zoning. All that said, this is a site that is viewed and described in the land use plan as being residential and has 2 homes on it. And while I certainly am sympathetic to the idea that a certain level of density can't be programmed here, I think our criteria on this board really is to understand kind of, is there still a reasonable use for it as zoned? Given that there are 2 homes on it already, there certainly does appear to be reasonable use as zoned. So, and I do also have some generalized concerns around, we don't look at market studies or analysis here as part of this board, given that market conditions change. But I think the threshold I usually have is to understand, is there something I'm missing or the staff is missing here? And that's why we have these engagements and these discussions. At this time, though, I feel as though this site still remains one that has reasonable use as currently zoned. And for that reason, my recommendation would be for denial. And that would be my motion for this. And that would be a motion also for the associated SLUP, which is
14.
just SLUP 14.
we need to do those separately.
We'll do those separate, okay.
Second, as to the motion on the zoning case.
So I have a second from Commissioner Ballon. Any discussion? If not, I'll call the question. That's 3-0, 3-1, I'm sorry, with Commissioner Dance in opposition for denial. Turn it back to you, Commissioner, for a SLUP recommendation.
And I would make a motion for denial for SLUP 14, 2022.
Second.
Any discussion? Any discussion? If not, we'll call the question. And that, by a vote of 4-0, is denial for SLUP 14. All right, thank you. With that, we're going to take a 5-minute break here and resume at 26 after. Thank you. to our December 6th zoning hearing. I'll turn it over to Mr. Peterson to call our next case.
Thank you. Next case is rezoning case Z72 of 2022, Brock Built Homes LLC. They request a rezoning from R30 to R20 LLC for a single-family subdivision in land lot 129 of the 19th District. Property is located on the west side of Friendship Church Road across from Wesley Drive. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z72?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Park Suff of the law firm of Sams Larkin Huff, and I represent the applicant in regards to this rezoning application before you off of Friendship Church Road. And I'm glad to see that no one's here in opposition. This is a case where, after I filed, I reached out to some of the surrounding communities, and because I happen to live close by, and didn't get any negative feedback, and obviously it's reflected in the fact no one's here in opposition or with concerns about the case. This property, let me start by saying Brock Built Homes is the applicant. Proud to represent Brock Built Homes. They're a second generation local home builder located here in Cobb County, and they have built a reputation of building a quality product. One of the things to note about Brock Built Homes is that they are a local small home builder, do big projects, let me be very clear, but they're not a national tract home type builder. They build, in the Metro Atlanta market in different variations. So this is the subject property we're talking about. This is on Friendship Church Road. It's a 14-acre tract south of its intersection with Castile Road, north of Villa Rica Road. And you can see it has additional subdivisions in the area. This gives you the zonings in the area. So the property is currently zoned R30. We're seeking a rezoning to R20. One of the things to note first is to your south is R20. To the east is R20. Further to the south is an R15. Further to the north is an R20. And if you keep going north on Castile Road, you get to my R20 neighborhood, and I do not find, I think when my R20 neighborhood was built 20 years ago, it was a nice addition to the area, and this is what we're seeking to do, is rezone this to an R20 using the OSC ordinance to be able to preserve some green space and have some smaller lot sizes, but not increase the density. So this is what this subject property we're talking about. This is the site plan. This is changed from the initial application, which the staff had some concerns because there were some variances and some density and things. And so the original site plan was 25 units. This has been reduced to 22 units. When you think of a reduction of 3 units, that doesn't sound like a whole lot, but when you realize it's 25 units, 3 units is a large percentage, so it's a significant percentage drop in density. And you can see, so the 22 units, and that is now a density of 1.57 units per acre, well within the land use plan of up to 2 units per acre. So we have a project that is consistent with the land use plan, consistent with the zonings north, south, east, and west of the subject property, and no public opposition here regarding this proposal. I would like to go back and look at this plan here. And living in the area, I'm very familiar with the area, and I can tell you that I believe from Dallas Highway to Villa Rica Road, on Friendship Church Road, there has not been a new development in the last 20 years. And it used to be a growing area. Schools used to be bursting at the seams. The ball fields, you'd have to sign up early to be able to get your kids in the ball field. This is not, the last 20 years, it has not been literally any new residential development on this section of Friendship Church Road. Also note on your agenda, I can't remember the number, but you approved an R20 south of Villa Rica Road on Friendship Church Road also. So again, zoning category is consistent with what you've done in the past and just recently today. This is some of the the architectural renderings of the homes that Brock would be building here. They're traditional single-family homes for families, something that is very much needed in the area. They have a track record, again, of building a quality product being able to handle smaller projects, which the larger national home builders won't take on a project with just 22 homes. So again, finding a home builder that will build a 22 home community is important, and that's the reason why I think this case is here with no opposition. Do want to point out too, and I brought this out in a previous case in the West Cobb area, Still Elementary School, where my kids went to school 10, 15, 20 years ago, 194 kids under capacity. You take every elementary school within this high school zone, and they are all under capacity. It's because we haven't built anything in this area of any significance. So the schools have some significant capacity. Middle school under capacity. Do want to note the high school does say it's over capacity, but they are building 13 additional classrooms for hundreds of students. Also, just demographically, I find this very interesting. If you look at, this is the Hillgrove district compared to some other districts of the population of preschool versus to school-age children. You can see the separation between the preschool, which is very low on the Hillgrove, and then school age. So this demographic trend is only going to continue, and so you're going to have less capacity, more capacity in the elementary schools. You're going to have student drop off at the high school level because you don't have the elementary schools to feed the high school. Notice Campbell High School, how it's reversed. And then you've got a lot of under school-age children, but then less capacity. Campbell's going to grow. But Hillgrove is actually going to demographically change. We were asked to show what my client had looked at previously to filing, looked at an R30 layout, which yields approximately 18 units, and our 20 yield plan yields approximately 26 lots. And then this is the site plan that we have presented to you this morning, which is a traditional single-family neighborhood of an R20 category using the OSC, which again is a great tool to be able to preserve the green space. If you can see to the north and to the back of the project will all be preserved rather than under a traditional layout here where you get homes all the way up to there. Do want to make it very clear there is not any floodplain issues with this property, because I know sometimes you say, oh, you're setting off this because you can't get to it. No, we can get to it. Buyers in today's market actually want a smaller lot size and appreciate the green space and preservation of actually open land that is valuable, good land to remain open in green space. Sewer, again, just to note, sewer is actually on the property. So you've got a site that has sewer, has roads that are, we meet all the road conditions and any of the conditions, DOT, decel lanes and all that, we will of course do. We have tons of school capacity in the area, and we have the need for new single-family product in this area. So it is always a challenge, and it will continue to be a challenge in West Cobb as you come in with smaller lots. You can't do the master plan communities like when you had Broadlands and Burnt Hickory Registry and Brookstone and Brookstone 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. You don't have that acreage, bulk acreage, so you're going to figure out the best way to develop and bring in new families in an area that needs that type of development. And this is a responsible way to do it using an R20 category, which is consistent with your land use plan. Density is consistent with your land use plan. Consistent with the zonings, again, north, south, east, and west of the property. And we think that you should recommend approval of this application. I can answer any specific questions that you have regarding the application, but we think that you should recommend approval of this application. Be glad to answer any questions that you may have about it. Thank you.
Thank you. With this one, with no opposition, we'll turn over in District 1 to Commissioner Ballon to lead our discussion.
Thank you. Can you tell me, Mr. Peterson, what the original recommendation was of staff on this application?
The original recommendation was for denial based on the original plan that had 25 lots with numerous variances.
Okay. Can you tell presently whether all those variances have been withdrawn or if there are still some variances sought?
As far as I can tell, there's only one variance left, which could probably be corrected pretty easily. but lots number 16 through 22 are required to have a 40-foot rear setback instead of a 35, since that's an R30 lot they're abutting. And there's plenty of room in there to gain the extra 5 feet. You know, that's something that can be done. But that's the only variance I see that's left is that right there.
Okay, can you refresh my recollection on anything else that was a basis or reason for staff recommendation of denial?
Yes. Number one, they didn't meet the required acreage for open space initially, and now they do. They were over density for the original proposal, now they're not. And they've cleaned up a lot of the variances. I think there were 6 or 7 variances that were included originally, and they've cleaned up all those except for that one I've identified, which, you know, I think they could meet with just a little bit more revising of the site plan.
Okay, thank you. And can I get Carl Carver for a minute? I'm sorry, if anyone else has questions.
Other questions?
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Thank you.
Carl Carver, Cobb County Stormwater.
Thank you. Do you have any, did you originally have any reasons that would support denial of the project as proposed?
No, the stormwater management pond will be private. We will consider that to be private, to be maintained by the HOA.
So we'll need an HOA?
Correct. I base that on assuming that it's in the open space.
All right, well, we'll have some questions about that. Any other particular concerns about this project from a stormwater standpoint?
No, the typical downstream analysis will be required based on their final grading plan.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right.
Any other
else?
questions for Carl? Nope.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, let me get the applicant back up. So your stormwater management area, is that within what is considered open space under your plan?
I believe it's been removed from the open space calculation. We're not seeking any variances, and we'd be fine with the condition that there are no variances to the open space ordinance.
What about the requirements that Mr. Peterson set out regarding?
Yeah, we can meet that. That was just an oversight on our part.
Okay. Was there a plan to have a HOA?
Most definitely, yeah. This will be a fully covenanted community.
Okay. Okay. If anyone else has questions for the applicant?
Any other questions for the applicant? No,
Thank you.
not this time.
Thank you. All right. Amy, if I could get you to come up for just a minute.
Amy Diaz, DOT.
All right. Any particular concerns that you have at this time regarding the new plan that we should consider?
No, from a conceptual level, it looks like they've addressed all the comments that we have.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Amy? No, thank you, Amy.
Okay. Mr. Chair, at this time, just out of an abundance of caution, I'm just going to move that we hold this till February.
That's your motion?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second?
I have a second from Commissioner Dance. Any discussion? No, let's call the question. Vote of 4-0. This case will be held to the next planning hearing. Thank you.
All right, next case is rezoning case Z76, Vasco Properties LLC, request a rezoning from R30 to L9 for an assembly hall in land lot 12 of the 19th district. Property is located on the north side of Dallas Highway, west of Midway Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z76? Please raise your hands. 7. Okay, let the record show there's 7 people here opposed to rezoning case Z76. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Has the opposition been sworn in? Okay, let's go for it. Go ahead.
All right. My name is Elijah Tutton. I'm here to represent the owners of this property. The owners are seeking to go from R30 to O&I. This was previously brought before you all and it was withdrawn without prejudice about 2 years ago. When the owners seek for a rezoning, the community had input. And some of the things and the issues that the community had really had nothing to do with what was going to be placed here, but more so the traffic. And that is the issue that the community is having, is the traffic that it would possibly have and the traffic that is already there. DOT did a study of how many cars were coming down, and it is to my understanding that this is something that can be fixed and addressed. Our owner of the property has also put a fence around the property, which is what was asked of the community to block out what was needed. I think that when we look at the overall aspect of the use of the land of what the owners are asking for, it is not far-fetched to want something like that in the neighborhood. The reason I say such, right across the street you have the park. You also have the sheriff's recruiting office. You have a church on the main drag. And then you have a senior facility. They're not trying to do a music event hall. They're not trying to do a club or anything like that. They're wanting to utilize the space for events such as weddings, retirement parties, family affairs, but nothing that's just over the top going to cause an issue to the community or the area. They are older, retired. This was something that they wanted to do since they've been retired. And to be quite honest with you, they bought the land about 5 years ago under the presumption that the land was already zoned for O&I and commercial. The agent that they had, which we are seeking some form of compensation from that agent, sold it to them saying that it was zoned commercial. The agent did not do their due diligence in telling my client whether or not, what the zoning was. So they bought it under one presumption thinking that it would be used for commercial or office and in light industrial, but it's not. It's not that at all. It's R30, and we are seeking to go O&I. And, I'm just hoping that we can get this done and resolved because they've spent a lot of their life savings to buy this property, to put this fence in already. They're doing all that they can to get this done and to not cause any issues with the community or the surrounding area.
All right, thank you. Anything else you want to present? All right, you have a seat. We'll hear from the opposition.
Hello, my name is Ron Jedlicka. I'm a resident and HOA board member at the Haven at Lost Mountain, a 55 and over community located at the corner of Dallas Highway and Ward Farm Road. I thank the board for the opportunity to express our concerns. Where there are many, traffic is certainly not the only issue, but we'll get to that. if we'd have had any opportunity to really discuss this with the petitioner over the last 5 years, maybe this would have come out. But the applicant's only action to solicit input from nearby communities, I believe, was untimely and inadequate. During 5 years of property ownership, I'm personally aware of no community outreach that was being made until last month when a letter simply arrived asking us to support the rezoning position with a phone number to call if we had questions or concerned. That's it. There was none of the community outreach like in the last petition where they were looking to put the storage center on Terrell Mill Road. Those petitioners or those applicants, met with the community, solicited input, talked about access points, signage, facade design, landscaping, all of those things. We've had no such discussions. That letter, like I said, the only outreach we saw, that I saw, I have the letter here, it was postmarked on October 31st in Metro Atlanta, saying it did not arrive to anybody here in West Cobb County until the first week in November. The issues that I really have, there are three. Traffic safety is certainly one, as well as noise and lighting nuisance. Regarding safety, the proposed event center location is on the north side of Dallas Highway in a traffic corridor which includes intersections at Midway Road, Ward Farm Road, and the Mars Hill Lost Mountain Roads. These are heavily traveled roads now with busy intersections. Additionally, the Ward Farm intersection includes the only entrance and exit for the large Lost Mountain recreational complex, which includes numerous baseball fields, soccer fields, tennis courts, walking, biking, and jogging paths, children's playgrounds, a recreation building, and the West Cobb Senior Center. A large number of families and seniors must share this intersection for entrance and egress into that complex with the regular commuter traffic on Dallas Highway, which is 55 miles per hour. Accidents are relatively frequent at this intersection. I have a couple of pictures of accidents that I've just seen personally since I was here last month at the zoning meeting. There are a couple of pictures. One has a typical rear-ending accident, and the other one jumps a median with the car pointed the wrong way on the other side of Dallas Highway. And that's business as usual at this intersection. Maybe the DOT will have some input on this. If not, certainly we could hear something from Cobb County Fire Department, Emergency Services, or the Sheriff's Office, because they spend a lot of time on site and are familiar with this location. Okay. And all of these things, this has nothing to do with the event center. Now let's talk about the impact of the event center. There's only one entrance or exit for the proposed event center on Dallas Highway. All traffic must approach on westbound Dallas Highway. With no deceleration or acceleration lanes, the inbound traffic will need to slow down or stop on 55-mile-an-hour Dallas Highway as they queue to make a right turn into the event center. If several cars are turning into the center, it's likely one or more will be stopped on Dallas Highway in the path of oncoming traffic, again at 55 miles an hour, while they wait to enter. Anyone missing the turn into the event center will then have to go down to Ward Farm Road, make a U-turn there, come back to Midway Road, make a U-turn there, and then try again. Or they will go down to Ward Farm Road and try to backtrack, find a back entrance into the event center, which there is none, and that will take them into the 55 and over community of Lost Mountain as they circulate to look for a way to the event center, or they'll go up to the no pass-through cul-de-sacs on Ward Farm where children play, and this traffic would not be necessary there. It would be a very difficult. But although the access issues are troublesome regarding the center, it's really the egress issues that concern us. When an event ends, it pretty much ends, last call, wedding party leaves, whatever. Everybody gets in their cars to leave. Everybody leaving the event center without any access road will have to merge onto 55-mile-an-hour Dallas Highway. Okay, there will be 2 lanes of traffic coming at them. Those cars that will be in the right-hand lane will see them, and they will merge into the left-hand lane. The traffic leaving the event center, the majority of the people will probably be from Marietta, and they don't want to go westbound, but they got to. So when they get out, they'll have about 1/10 to 2/10 of a mile to merge over 2 lanes to get into a short turnaround, turn lane at Ward Farm Road and Dallas Highway that can accommodate maybe 7 cars. Anything beyond that will be backed out onto the high-speed lane on Dallas Highway, so and stop there, waiting for the light to turn so that they can do the U-turn. So now we've got the through traffic coming down on Dallas Highway has already merged into that high-speed lane, and we will also have traffic from the event center merging into that high-speed lane, very likely coming onto stop traffic on Dallas Highway, waiting to turn left and do a U-turn. You see, we already have a lot of accidents there. Accidents of this type could be very cataclysmic, especially with a line of cars. An accordion accident, just any impact at these speeds, very, very dangerous. We have accidents there all the time, and it is troublesome. Additionally, the event goers may be imbibing. We're talking about a party center here. Generally, people drink at these things. I certainly do. But any alcohol consumption will further jeopardize the safety of the traffic and the residents in the community. Regarding noise, like I say, we're the nearest community on Dallas Highway. Many of our residents are in their 70s and 80s and do not want the additional noise and congestion, especially as most are in bed by 9 or 10 o'clock. Our residents include 2 retired sheriff's deputies, many retired public and private sector workers who moved into the Haven to enjoy a more tranquil and relaxed lifestyle in their later years. They've earned it. Traffic, music, and other related activities will increase the noise level in the immediate vicinity. Congested traffic following the end of any event will increase the volume of honking horns, blaring radios, and acceleration noise as the event goers attempt to go down Dallas Highway or make U-turns to go back to Marietta at Ward Farm Road. This is detrimental to the health and well-being of our seniors, many of whom are frail or in a diminished state of health. And what kind of events are they going to do at the center? They're talking about wedding receptions now, but any business is in business to be successful and grow. They will likely have, parties, graduation parties, could be any kind of party at all. We mentioned no concerts, maybe, but I mean, there's music at weddings, and there's nothing that would preclude
you got 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay, sorry. There's nothing that would preclude these other kind of things. Anyway. It could be also that after 5 years, the petitioner may just want to sell, or the applicant may just want to sell this land and not pursue business. Rezoning would raise the property value and obviously give them more money. I'm sorry that the petitioner did not understand the zoning restrictions when they made the decision to buy the land, but that is not our problem, and the people of West Cobb should not have to suffer the consequences based on a decision that didn't work out as intended. Let's see. If the situation was reversed, and let's say that land was already O&I, when I moved down into the Haven, I drove down Dallas Highway from Marietta. I enjoyed the tranquility of the area. I assumed that the vacant lands were residential, just like everything else I saw there. I moved in. I made a significant financial investment buying a home in the Haven, a lot of costs associated with that. And then at that point, if I had found out that they were going to build on that land, if it was zoned O&I, I would have come to you and said, hey, I made a mistake, I didn't know. Will you please rezone that land to residential and ask those people to go work elsewhere? I don't believe you would make that recommendation, and I don't believe you should. In conclusion, there's no history of doing this type of rezoning, and nothing has changed since the last time this application was denied, except for perhaps a little more traffic and noise on Dallas Highway due to growth in Cobb County, in West Cobb. In conclusion, our residents are not wealthy, powerful, or politically connected. We look to our elected representatives, their appointees, and employees to act in the best interest and for the protection of our citizens over the efforts of others who want to change our existing laws and regulations for personal gain. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, since the opposition went over by 20 seconds, if the discretion of the Planning Commission to offer the applicant another 20 seconds.
For the applicant, do you want to take 20 seconds? They went over, so feel free. Go for
Thank you for the 20 seconds. I'd just like to say this very quickly. Yes, that letter did go out. The letter went out prior to the date that you just suggested to the commission. Not only that, this event place has nothing to do with what you said in the past, nor in 5 years was it nor in the last 5 years did we seek a rezoning. The petitioners bought the property.
That's time. Thank you. You probably want to stay right there. I'm going to, this is in District 1, so I'll turn it to Commissioner Blount to lead our discussion.
Thank you very much. Elijah, for the applicant, if you could, while you're up there, just go ahead and finish your, you didn't get a chance to finish your thought. You were out of time, but let me inquire. You were saying something about getting a notice letter out?
Yes, I sent the notice letter out. The first one went out September the 18th, and then the next one went out in October.
Okay.
And they never seeked a rezoning 5 years ago. It was that they bought the property 5 years ago.
Okay.
And they bought the property under the assumption that it was already zoned O&I. Okay. They bought the property with the intent of wanting to do an event space. Again, it was not my client's fault, it was their agent for not doing the due diligence. This was brought to you all 2 years ago for a rezoning, but it was withdrawn without prejudice from the former attorney that they had. Right. So it never even made it into the commission meeting at all, like never.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
If anyone else has any questions for the applicant? No.
Any questions for the applicant? You do? Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, just a quick question. Could you give a little bit of, just remind us on that rezoning application from 2 years ago? Remind me, what was that? What was the use that you were seeking? Was that an O&I application as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you just explain what might be the differences from that application versus this one?
The difference in between the application is that, like I said, that the attorney that they had prior to, from 2 years ago, they withdrew it without prejudice. They did it before the county commission meeting, and that was because there were some improvements that they needed to do on their personal home at that time. Okay. They could not go through with this application process. Now, financially, they are able to go through with the process. But, that is why they withdrew it.
Got it. So it never actually was heard? Is that?
No,
okay.
It wasn't.
All right, great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that.
Any additional questions? Okay, back to you, Commissioner Blount.
Thank you very much. You can have a seat. Thank you. And for the opposition again?
Mr. Henry, can we have you back up to speak on behalf of the opposition? Yes, thank you.
You said you live in Haven at Lost Mountain.
That is correct.
Can you show us, does that show up in this map as bordering this property, or how close is it?
This is a very tiny picture of this area, so.
They're going to back it out.
They'll back it up for you. If you'll stay at the mic, just so folks can.
That's just, we're just a little farther. There we go. That's the first, you have next to that lot going left, there's a tiny lot that has a lot of trees, which is the only sound or sight barrier between them and the Haven at Lost Mountain, which is that subdivision that you see right at the far left.
At the far left?
So the RSL.
It went away.
RSL. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. You can have a seat, unless any of my fellow commissioners has a question of you. Thank you. All right. And Mr. Peterson, what's the county staff recommendation?
The county staff recommended the application be denied, based on the character of the area. This proposal is totally surrounded by residential property and uses that are permitted on residential property. We didn't want to see spot zoning go in on Dallas Highway because the board's been so careful about planning their commercial nodes and where they should be. And the board's been really careful about not expanding commercial nodes past them. We're also concerned too, because it does not meet the land use plan, which calls for this to be very low density residential, which does not fit the ONI zoning district. That really should be in a community activity center or a regional activity center.
If anyone else has questions of
Yeah,
county
just
staff.
just one. What's the GC that we see here? What's the general commercial property? Do you know?
That's part of Lost Mountain Park. That's a leftover zoning from before 1972.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Unless any of my fellow commissioners has, I'm ready to make a motion, unless any of my fellow commissioners has a question or inquiry they want to pursue.
Any other questions? No.
Okay, so my motion at this time, based on county staff recommendation, is for denial of the rezoning application.
Second?
I have a second from Commissioner Dance. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll call the question. That's 4-0 for denial of Z76. Thank you.
All right, moving into land use permits on today's agenda. First case is LEP 21 of 2022, Roger Alexander. Request a temporary land use permit for vehicle parking in land lot 235 of the 16th district. The property is located on the west side of Kahili Road, north of Myrtle Drive. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for LUP 21? Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 21? Mr. Chairman, Board, why don't we continue this case until February so we can have the applicant come in?
Okay, it's in District 3, so I'm going to turn it to Commissioner Dance to make that motion.
Move to continue?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Belong. Is there any discussion? If not, let's call the question. So a vote of 4-0 to hold LUP 21 to the February zoning hearing. Thank you.
Okay, next case is LEP 23 of 2022, Koyman Haliadio Mazarejos Reyes. Request a temporary land use permit to allow landscape business and related vehicle parking in land lot 626 of the 19th district. The property is located on the south side of Milford Church Road across from Farmington Drive. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 23? Let the record show that there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good morning to the board. Thank you for your consideration. So a couple things I wanted to add to the application. The original submission only included one of the neighbors, but we got some more signatures. I don't know if that's
Can I
something that we
get
do.
you to state your name?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Michael Montroso. Representing the applicant, of course.
Okay. Did you get the name? Can
Michael.
you say it again for the?
Yep, Michael Montroso. I can spell your last name if I need to.
And you're representing the applicant,
Yes,
correct?
Mr.
Okay,
Reyes.
thank you.
Oh, okay. So just a couple things that we had noticed on the application. The first is, of course, we wanted to introduce this. The neighbors, we communicated with all the neighbors, and of course, they have signed on to us being able to park our vehicles there. The other thing that we're aware that is a concern to the city is the site. Oh, sorry. And then the other thing was the sight lines for the vehicles that will be parked. Since the application has been put in, Mr. Reyes has installed a fence along the property lines such that none of the vehicles can be seen. Additionally, The vehicles will only be parked on the paved surfaces on his property. There is plans down the line to extend that, but as it stands right now, he has enough space to park all of his vehicles within the paved surfaces of the property.
Anything else you want to provide?
No, that's it.
Okay. You can just hang out right there for me for a second. There was no opposition. This is in District 4. And so in Commissioner Hughes' absence, I'll lead the discussion on this. Let me just ask you a few further questions around it. So you said that the applicant has done a fence around the property. Looking at the map, can you show where the fence, is it around the entirety of the property, or can you show us where it is?
Yeah, it's along the north side of the property, along
Milford Church?
Yep, and then along the property line on the west side.
Is it along the entirety of that west
No,
side?
just down to right past the, where it scoops down a little bit, just right there, because that's where the main entrance is. And so there's kind of like an L, essentially, on both sides. It's like a upside, like a.
Okay. And then the paved parking or surface parking that you mentioned, is that here, is that already existing, or has the applicant put in pavement on the property?
No, that is existing, separate from the easement.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions of the, for my fellow commissioners? Okay. Thank you. You can have a seat. Can I ask a question of Mr. Peterson? Can you review the staff recommendation for this one?
Yes, sir. The staff recommendation for this land use permit was to deny it. This came to Cobb County as a complaint from code enforcement due to the dump trucks and the equipment kept on the property. And I assume the people who complained were concerned about the visual effects of it and maybe the noise going in and out. So he did get a notice of violation from code enforcement regarding that. And that had a big part in making the staff recommendation for denial.
Okay. Has the violation been addressed? I'm just wondering, is there anything open, or was it just?
Well, the main part of the violation is for parking these dump trucks and for accessing on a non-hardened surface.
Right.
It sounds like, according to the applicant's representative, they did pave part of the property to address that part of the code enforcement problem.
And then it sounds like we're just getting the neighbors list. I haven't seen that, but I'm wondering if the neighbors are the same that provided the complaint, and I'm not trying to solve it now. Just that's since the recommendation, correct?
Yeah, it does, and it's going to sound kind of crazy, but sometimes we do get a person who complains, and then they understand what's going on, and they may not be opposed by the time of the hearing.
Correct. Okay. So can I have the applicant come back to the mic, please? Thank you, John. Appreciate it. So I have your list here, and again, I'm just now seeing this. So it's stamped, received September 1st, 2022?
Yes, the applicant got that was the original that was submitted, had just the first name on there, and that was the one that was received, and then everything since that first one is what was added, and of course what we wanted to update.
Okay, so you just used the same one and you just added additional names.
Exactly.
But yeah, okay, got what I need. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, are there further questions from another commissioner? I'm sorry. If not, at this time, I'm prepared to make a motion. And my motion would be to hold this to the next planning hearing to give Commissioner Hughes time to review the additional neighbors who have signed on for consent, as well as encouraging the applicant to provide pictures of the surface parking as well as the fencing that have been done since the original application was submitted. And so I think if we give that time, Commissioner Hughes will be able to review that and make a final recommendation. So that's my motion.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Ballon. Any discussion? If not, I'll call the question. So that's a vote of 4-0 to hold this to the February hearing. And with encouragement that the applicant provide further information and that we cross-reference the neighbors with the complaint. Thank you.
Okay. And Jeannie, can you go back and meet with Michael and remind him to show back up on February 7th? And then he needs to change the sign also. And maybe, take some pictures and send them to you to show the new fencing. All right, thank you. All right. Moving into the regular case part of the agenda, first case we're going to hear is rezoning case Z78, Todd Woodruff. Requested rezoning from NS, GC, and R20 to NRC for a car wash in land lots 157 and 204 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Shalford Road, on the east side of Kent Road, and at the terminus of Old Shalford Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z78? Let the record show there's one person. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Oh, good morning. It's been a long one. So my name's Todd Woodruff. I'm a native of Atlanta, born and raised Tucker, Georgia. Moved to South Georgia to go to college and have not been back here to live, but have done a lot of business in this area over the last 20 years. I am a developer, operator, construction of car washes. We sold our brands in 2021 to a corporation based out of Charlotte, North Carolina. They are at 85 locations over the southeast, and I have currently 6 projects going with them currently, this being one of them here in Canton. And at this location, we're anticipating building a 100-foot tunnel with about 20-something vacuum spaces. We think it'll very much complement the area, especially with the new racetrack. If you could pull up the site plan. There's 4 parcels. 3 of them are mixed different variations of commercial. The 4th one on the bottom is obviously residential. We're obviously asking to go from all of those to NRC in the NAC community, I guess is the other category. We presented it with a couple different site plans as soon as we get there. Well, that was the first one. So we had to make a rendition of that because of the exit out on the Shalford Road.
So you submitted a new one?
Yeah, there should have been another one where there's only an exit on to Canton. That's correct. So we understand the new roadway design with the expanding of the lanes and whatnot. So we removed our exit, a right out only onto Shalford Road to compensate for that. And we will only be entering, you can enter off the old Shalford Road. We're proposing to maintain and take care of that, I guess the roadway that's off of Canton and Old Shalford. It's kind of diminished and torn up and stuff. We're going to repave that. So that'll be the entrance part of it. And we'll be right out onlys onto these properties, especially with the new medians that are coming in. Any particular questions y'all have about the flow or the design of the building or equipment?
We'll get to the question part. If anything else you want to present?
No.
Okay.
Well, we have 2 other people that are going to speak real quick.
Okay, go for it. You still have plenty of time, so.
Hey, good morning, everyone. First and foremost,
if you provide your name for the record.
I'm sorry, Blake Cody. Thank you, commissioners, for your time and county staff. Just briefly, my name is Blake Cody. I'm a realtor on the project, but also too going forward will serve as the project manager. Don't currently reside in Cobb County. My wife and our family are in Cherokee County, but I did reside in Cobb County for about 14 years, student athlete, graduate of Kennesaw State University. So take a tremendous amount of pride in the community that we have in Cobb County. And just want to make sure that the community understands that the building that we're going to construct here is very much aesthetically pleasing and will be aesthetically pleasing to the community, to any traffic driving by. Just a brief history on the lot. I know through conversations from county staff and community members, The lot, so to speak, has been an eyesore for a number of years. It was a old rundown convenience store for some time that burned down and was never rebuilt. And honestly, essentially, it served as a dumping ground and was full of tremendous amount of trash until the DOT project came out here and cleaned up some of that trash. There's still a lot of stuff, junk, that remains on that lot. So we are very much looking forward to cleaning it up even more so, and very much have the look and feel of the racetrack that's recently built across the street from Shallowford from it. Looking forward to also providing a little bit of economic benefit and providing jobs for the local community with these, and in hopes, if this is successful with your approval, that we're looking at other locations to add other washes in Cobb County. So just keeping that in mind. But more than anything, really looking forward to cleaning up this lot and making it look good and aesthetically pleasing to the community. We do know that there are some concerns for traffic increase. We feel confident that the car wash is not going to, the development of the car wash is not going to increase traffic count. We have worked very closely with DOT and Amy and our driveways to mitigate any traffic concerns and remove certain entrances and place them where we fit their approval, and trying to mitigate any traffic concerns for increase. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Robert Moore. I'm a civil engineer on the project. As they stated before, we've worked with county staff on the layout for this and our driveway connections and the overall site layout for this. So we're happy to be working with you all on this, and just let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any other speakers for the applicant? Yep, you have 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes.
The only thing I want to notate on the site plan is if you look on the Canton Road side, there is no current canopies, what I consider that, between the vacuum stanchions, any canvas that will give it kind of shade. Normal design is a gas station style canopy like Racetrack has, a big metal structure. We chose to remove that in our conversations early on because that was going to be very close to the roadway. So what we would, that's not notated here, was to at least have some shade canvas on that side of the street for when people are vacuuming. So that's the only thing I wanted to add.
Thank you. Okay, if we've heard from the applicant, we'll turn it over to the opposition. Come on up. And if you'll state your name for the record when you get to the mic. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Carol Brown with Canton Road Neighbors. I'm here speaking on behalf of the residents of Highland Trace who have concerns about this project, and you should now have a small petition of 10 signatures opposing this, residents of Highland Trace. This is one of those affordable neighborhoods where everybody has to work and nobody can get here to voice their concerns during a meeting in the daytime. And this is a neighborhood that has endured the horrific intersection of Canton and Shallowford for many years. They've seen the accidents, and some of them have been impacted, literally, at the intersection. And they're very concerned that this particular project, even after all of the intersection improvements are completed, they're concerned about a project like this coming in. They just don't want to see progress made and then a step back because of a particular use that might come. And I also would add that we have a very similar looking vacant car wash down near Gritter's Library. And actually there's a cluster of car washes down in that area. And I just think they feel that this is not the best use. Certainly the rezoning to NRC is appropriate and welcomed. But perhaps the use is not the best, and it might be better suited for some type of professional use or a retail use that's a little bit less intense. And having said that, we would respectfully ask that you recommend the zoning of NRC, but with the use to come back before the Board of Commissioners if a different use could be found. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. This is in District 3, so I will turn it over to Commissioner Dance to lead our discussion.
Thank you. If I could have the applicant come back.
Yes, ma'am.
You made an offer during your presentation to discuss flow and building design and equipment, and then your realtor also talked about the design being aesthetically pleasing. So I was wondering if you can, I don't see any renderings of the actual design, wondering if you could actually comment on those things.
It's a stucco building with stacked stone at the bottom, nice aluminum, satin, silver finished windows, all glass front. If there's special stipulations, which we've done in other markets, if y'all prefer, glazing of windows a certain way or elevation changes and things, we've done some of that with y'all's recommendations in other cities and counties. It's going to be a tan, very similar to racetrack, a tan color with red striping, red lighting, red signs. The vacuum stanchions will be all black. The parking lot, everything will be concrete paving everywhere, probably except the old Shalford Road will still be asphalt. The equipment will be all black inside, but you won't be able to see that typically from the roadway unless you're directly in front of the building looking. None of that stuff will be visible inside the tunnel, especially the way we have it positioned. The windows do not portray into the tunnel system there. So that's kind of I'm sorry that we don't have an elevation. I actually have one on a thumb drive if y'all really want to see it. But and as far as landscaping and stuff, that's something we take, I know Blake mentioned on it, is we take great pride in that. And obviously, we would meet the minimum requirements, but we try to go above and beyond that with very aesthetically pleasing trees and shrubbery and whatnot, instead of some people put in the minimum, turn off the irrigation, let it all die later. But
So you mentioned stipulations. I mean, have you submitted any stipulations with your application?
not to my knowledge.
Okay, and addressing then the flow, if you can just, using the diagram in front of you, talk to us about the flow of traffic in and out.
So basically, the northbound traffic on Canton Road can enter off of Old Shalford Road, or if they choose to use the deceleration lane, loop back around and come on Shalford Road to Old Shalford Road and loop back in that way. The southbound traffic most easiest way would be to turn eastbound onto Shalford Road and then loop back in on the backside. A lot of that is to try to alleviate any of the congestion and stuff at the main intersection, brings them all off onto the side streets that we would also, I know that road was probably blocked off at some point to keep, or what used to be probably the main road before Shalford got looped back around, but we'll have on there, private drive, car wash use only, whatever we need to do to kind of alleviate people cutting through that location there.
And so, I've just heard you mention racetrack several times. Is there some coordinated effort in this area?
I wish there was. It'd make my life easier to follow behind gas stations, but no, that's a big corporation that doesn't have any interaction with us.
Okay.
But typically, you see a lot of gas stations, and one we're working on in other towns are connected to C-stores and things like that. It's just a natural,
Okay, but
complementing each other.
There's no plans for that kind of development?
No.
Okay. All right. And have you met with the neighborhood?
The association?
Have you had any meetings with the neighborhood?
We have not.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I can get Ms. Diaz.
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Hey, can you address traffic flow and considerations and whether or not y'all evaluated this?
Yes, so they have worked very closely with us. Their initial site plan showed a connection directly to Shalford Road. Because of it was too close to the intersection. Because of the angle of Shalford Road, there was no way to push it further back without having a heavy skew on the driveway. That would make it very, very difficult for somebody to see to the left to make that right turn out. So we advise them to close that driveway entirely and to potentially look at connecting to Old Shallowford, which I believe the applicant mentioned today. This site plan doesn't make it clear that they're doing that, but we are okay if they want to have that connection. We suggested to them that they might explore that. They have accounted for the current construction project that's going on there. They adjusted their access onto Canton Road to come into the turn lane that's going in and things of that nature.
Okay, so currently you're not clear from this plan whether or not. your
Currently, I
recommendations-
don't have any conceptual problems with this plan. They worked with DOT and got our approval.
Okay, so you said this plan does not make it clear what?
So the thing that it might be worth bringing the applicant back up to speak to is, so you see the right in, right out on Canton Road. That's very clear. They have the arrows that point to and from Canton Road. If you continue straight down on this site plan going to the right, basically further down, yeah, behind that parcel. See that connection there? That connection is to Old Shallowford Road. So if this car wash is going to have that access, then it would basically be able to connect to Shallowford Road through Old Shallowford Road. But when I reviewed this plan, it didn't appear that they were making that connection. That might be something worth clarifying with them, they are or not. Old Shallowford at Shallowford is a right in, right out because of the median that's gone in. So we're okay with them having that connection. It's just a point of clarity on whether they do or not.
Okay, are there any other comments that you would have?
No. It's a very low trip generator because it's an automated car wash. So there's some trip generation information in all the current cases based on.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Amy? Okay.
So if I can ask the applicant to jump back up and see if you can address the comments that she just made as to access. through
Yes,
Old
that is
Shallowford and
our proposal is to, at our expense, to fix that roadway up to the point where the old side of Shallowford Road, there's a barrier, like a mound of dirt and just debris and stuff that blocks that roadway. We will remove that and just continue the pavement to connect to the other side that I believe y'all maintain at this point. So that'll give us access off of Old Shallowford Road, because if not, we go into the problem. Now people got to go down the road, do a U-turn to loop back around, which I don't really recommend in my history, to have to gain access only to Canton roadside. We need to give them another option to loop in, especially since we can't connect out.
So how many access points then would you have?
You'd have Canton Road and then Old Shallowford Road, which is on the far right side of that, where you just can't quite see it yet.
Okay, and I mean, how much, do you have, where that's blocked off right there, do you own that property up to Shallowford?
It's my understanding, just to the left of that cursor, well, yes, the wall that's there is my understanding is on that property that we're buying, yes.
Okay. Okay, anybody else?
Other questions of the applicant? Okay, Commissioner Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me note first, you're wearing your Georgia Bulldog, but you said you went to school in South Georgia, so you're still a loyal Bulldog fan.
Absolutely.
Nevertheless. Okay. Tell me a little bit about, Ms. Diaz from the DOT, Cobb DOT said that you tend to be a fairly low traffic generator. Can you tell us what your peak traffic times are in terms of your business? Generally?
Yeah, typically in the car wash world, you're going to have a spike in the morning, like 9 to 10. People that are probably trying to catch it quick before it gets crowded or later in the day. Then you're going to see typically 12 to 2. And then it's going to be, your closing times to 5 to 6 timelines. But talking about density and traffic, it flows. We don't generally increase anything. It's the people that are already on the roadways, living in the areas, going to the certain businesses that are already in the areas. We're not going to pull people from 6 and 7, 8 miles away. They go, oh, we got to get our car wash and run down there. It just doesn't work that way.
You're not a destination. You're kind of, you're not a Buc-ee's.
That's correct. Wish I was, but but absolutely not. It's just a service. It's just like a gas station. We're providing a service for the people that live in the community, and so we've done some traffic counts. The one in Gainesville, Florida, I'm doing. We had to deal with some of that. They found that it's not an impact outside of what was already traditionally there.
Saturdays, I assume, are pretty busy all day or all afternoon anyway?
It's pretty much midday because people, typically Saturdays, unless they're working or something, they get up and want to do stuff with the families. Then it's kind of like a 12 to 4 to 5 thing, and then it drops off, after evening because everybody's back home, dinner, football, Georgia winning, that kind of thing.
Sundays? Are you
Same.
open?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got your church crowds and stuff that might catch a few before, and then it's usually lunch and on until midday.
Have you developed anything like this proposed store anywhere in Cobb County before?
No, the company I do build these for acquired a building. It's over in Marietta. It's in the city of Marietta. So the same brand is over there. It's a Camel Premium Express over there as well.
City of Marietta's what?
Say the name again. I'm sorry.
At Camel Premium Express. It's over in Marietta. It's got a Marietta address. I would say it's in the city, I believe.
Do you know about where in Marietta? Can you help us with
I can
it?
give you the address.
Okay.
If you don't mind me rudely pulling my phone out. It is Johnson Ferry Road. That may be county. 1274 Johnson Ferry Road. I'm not familiar. I have not been to that location myself. I plan on going there after I leave here, but that was not a build from the ground up style for them, though.
Is
They
it
do a lot.
roughly the same size or same traffic, do you believe?
I would think so. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions for the applicant? Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, and I guess some of this might be kind of codified in a stipulation letter. But yeah, no, I know that one. I actually have a membership card at that one.
Hey,
just so
thank you.
And they've been getting, I haven't been taking advantage of my free washes to the extent that I should. But in terms of this, one thing just to consider, with that one, obviously very loud vacuum machines. I imagine this site plan would consider each of those self-service vacuum units along the edge on Canton Road. I think of 2 car washes which are particularly noisy. The one that burned down on Shallowford Road further down by Johnson Ferry, and then it got rebuilt, and then this other one, the Camel. Just would recommend kind of addressing noise mitigation, particularly given what looks like a pretty intensive rack of kind of cleaning vacuuming stations. Unless I'm reading that plan wrong. But
No, you're exactly right. So the newer technologies is out, since some of those previous ones that you've probably been to that have been remodeled and whatnot. So the reducers and stuff are in there, the baffles are in there to try to reduce probably what you more hear at the car wash is probably not so much the motors, it's the handles that are clogged or they're hung up improperly and they're whistling real loud and stuff like that. But that's easily fixed with the maintenance, with the maintenance team on staff there. But and then as far as the blowers and stuff like that inside the tunnel, the older designs were pushed all the way to the end and some of them even on the exteriors of the buildings. We've pulled those inside the building to create that buffer sound, and those will actually be on the exit in, which will be Shallowford roadside, so to keep that from being on the, well, I guess would assume that's residential to the south, to try to keep that. And those are a constant running sound. We don't allow those to turn on and off like you see at some places, because that spin up is what causes the loudest decibels.
Right. Okay, great, thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll turn it back to you, Commissioner Dan.
If I can get Carl Carver.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Carl Carver, Cobb County Stormwater.
Thank you. Can you tell us what your stormwater analysis is of this proposal?
They would have to have underground stormwater detention. And then a couple of special conditions I had that would be at plan reviews is the evaluation of the infrastructure that they're tying into under Canton Road, and then downstream in the Hunter's Green subdivision. there's, if I remember correctly, there's an inlet down there that's going to need to be evaluated.
And would your, and your analysis of that would be that they would be responsible for those downstream effects or mitigating the downstream effects?
Well, their underground detention will have to be designed such that it can increase the flow to those, or they'll have to over-detain to the capacity of those systems.
Okay, all right. Anything else? Anyone else?
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
And just Carl, on the site plan we have here, that detention area at the south, so that basically can't work, right? As it's shown on the site plan on the screen. Is that for the adjacent parcel? It's kind of shaded in that buffered area right above Planning Commission on December 6th at the bottom.
Do they have it shown?
Yeah, it's right. You circling it.
Right above it.
You're saying that would have to move? That site that doesn't work on. That would have to be underground.
Now, it could be if that's the. I don't remember.
I might be misremember. Or misreading
I don't remember,
it.
But it could be above ground. It could work there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
That's the correct location for stormwater management to be in that site.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone else want to address anybody? Okay, I'm going to, at this time, make a motion to hold, and with direction to the applicant that that you meet with the neighbors prior to the next meeting of this board, that you submit complete renderings and stipulations, and including noise mitigation, the kind of comments that have been made here today, and that we would then consider it at that time.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Ballon. Any discussion? If not, I'll call the question. So that's a vote of 4-0 to hold Z78 until the next zone hearing.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and Board, the next zoning case has a companion special land use permit with it. Would it be the board's desire to hear both cases together and then make separate motions? Okay. Rezoning case Z86, Cumberland Used Auto Parts LLC, request a rezoning from HI and R15 to HI for an auto salvage and storage business with used auto part sales and used auto sales in land lot 1137 of the 16th District. Property is located on the north side of Gresham Road, east of Fairview Drive, together with its special land use permit companion, SLUP 17. Cumberland Used Auto Parts LLC request a special land use permit for auto salvage and storage, used auto part sales, and used auto sales in land lot 1137 of the 16th District. Property is located on the north side of Gresham Road, east of Fairview Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z86 or SLEP 17? Let the record show there's no one opposed to either case.
Okay.
I'm going to use his screen.
Kevin, take it away.
I'm just letting him pull it up. If
No
you
problem.
could pull it out just a little bit, if you don't mind. Just, I'm interested in the purple that's highlighted right there. You can pull it back in. Yeah, there you go. Kind of push it down. Perfect. Just clearer with yours than mine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Kevin Moore. I'm here and pleased to represent Cumberland Used Auto Parts in this application for a special land use permit and zoning. Just to try to set this up, this property that you see, highlighted, I kind of wonder, well, if you're seeking rezoning to HI, it's already zoned to HI. It is. The vast majority of the property which is comprised of almost 7 acres, is zoned heavy industrial. But what's occurred in this situation is, and what we're really asking for is what I would call a cleanup. Okay, this is a auto salvage and storage and sales business that has been operating in this location off of Gresham Road. And that road you see up to your top left, that's the north loop heading towards Roswell Road. So this is, you can't see it really from the north loop, but that kind of gives you this, where in the world is this? It's been operating there for decades. It is one of the primary, if not the primary, auto salvage businesses in Cobb County. And why is that important? Because when there's junk or abandoned cars in Cobb County, who do the police call? Who does public safety call? Who does the county call? They call Cumberland Auto Salvage to come pick that thing up. And so they really do perform that service here in the county and have for decades. The front part of that parcel, though, if you see it as it's highlighted, there's a front triangle on Gresham Road where the access is, where this is where the driveway, the access road that goes back to the business. You see him highlighting it there with the mouse, is zoned R15. So you have a sliver just over an acre that's zoned R15. That's how and where the access has been for the 30 plus, however many years and decades this has been operating. The reason for the rezoning is to go ahead and rezone that small triangle piece to heavy industrial so that it matches up with the actual property that it's servicing. In addition, we're asking for the special land use permit because this type of business does require a special land use permit under Cobb County's codes. It's just that this business has been in this location, operating in this manner for so long that it's considered grandfathered and non-conforming because of its length of time before these types of rules went into place. That's why I call this a cleanup, is because we have a situation where you have a long-standing business that has been operated here that's deemed and considered grandfathered and non-conforming under our ordinances, which is not easy to achieve, by the way. You have to be there for quite some time and be operating and continuing to operate. And having it be under a grandfathered non-conforming status causes some issues. Number one, it causes issues in the fact that you have an ongoing grandfathered use of property. It needs to either be cleaned up or something else needs to be done and cleaned up from a zoning standpoint. Or in this instance as well, and what it prevents is it prevents the owner and operator of the business, the Vitters, who are here, by the way, as well, from doing any real improvements, doing any real upgrades or enhancements to their business because it is grandfathered. And in this situation, they are very agreeable. They understand the type and nature of their business, having done this for quite some time. They're agreeable to not expanding, the existing footprint of the operation, but they have looked at it, and the reason this has come up is that they would like to be able to construct some newer, upgraded, enhanced smaller office buildings for their office or office building, or additional storage for the auto salvage on site. They're prevented from doing that because it's grandfathered. They can't get the permits to do that. And so that's really kind of the impetus for this project. But to give you even a sense of the type of business that they are doing here, and I had them pull this for me. So just for the last 4 years, since 2018, they have sent scrap metal weighing just over 24.5 million pounds for recycling since 2018. To tell you the type of business that they're doing here, it's really much. It's much more about the service. That's all, by the way, only Cobb County. It's not coming from other counties. That's just in Cobb County, primarily junk or abandoned cars that have been called in for pickup by them. So it just tells you what they're doing here and how long they've been doing it. We are proposing that this be to the existing use of auto salvage and storage, used auto parts sales, and used auto sales. The existing access to Gresham Road has been there. It sits way off Gresham. If you just go by, you don't really know that this business is there. We'd like to maintain that existing access, subject to DOT's comments as well. And DOT's comments really are more focused on, and you've seen this before, if there is a redevelopment defined as if you need to come in and pull land disturbance permits to develop the property or do something like that, then DOT wants certain requirements to be met or standards to be met at that point in time, which is understandable. But their comments are directed towards maintaining the existing access as long as that existing use is continuing here. And we would like to do the same because it does actually help from a drive-by for the area. If you're driving on Gresham Road, it's really set pretty far off the road. Again, we think this is merely a cleanup. It is an existing use that's been there and been operating at this type of level for a very long time. This allows them to make needed improvements and enhancements as they move forward in the operation of their business, and allows this existing business under its existing footprint of operations to continue in this location. And besides, like I said, the 95% of the property is already zoned heavy industrial and has been used for that. So it's appropriate from a land use and zoning standpoint as well. I'm here to answer any questions. Mr. and Ms. Vitter are here as well, who own and operate the business, and we're happy to answer any questions and respectfully request your recommendation of approval to the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. There was no opposition, and so we will turn this over to, this is also in District 3, so Commissioner Dance, I'll let you lead the discussion.
Okay, and we actually saw this property last year, so most of us are probably familiar with it. And I had a discussion with you yesterday about these matters and I don't know if you had an opportunity. I looked for the stipulations. I was only able to pull up a portion of the document, so I don't know what your stipulations were.
Okay.
Are you able to speak to them?
I can. There's a letter dated November 28th.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I
Right.
only found one page of it. But.
And so what I would speak to, it has a lot of the typical, it has the typical types of zoning stipulations that you would expect, calling out the use of this business and our agreement with Cobb DOT and Cobb Stormwater's comments and recommendations
Right.
in full.
Thank you.
In terms of...
To the rescue, she brought me on.
Oh, good. In terms of some of, getting a little more specific, I think that, we are agreeable to the additional condition that approval is subject to the existing footprint of the operations, meaning, because you've got an existing footprint of operations, so it's not continuing to be expanded throughout the property.
Okay, so we're talking about two parcels here.
Yes.
So when you
That
say
would-
the existing footprint, are you talking about what's in the blue or purple, or you?
Great
Is that what
question. I should have been more specific, so thank you very much. All right, so that stipulation would apply to the special land use permit application
So that's for the whole,
for the whole.
okay?
And then the actual zoning application is only the entrance, which is the R15 triangle at Gresham Road. And it would be appropriate that would be the existing access to be maintained, subject to Cobb DOT comments and recommendations.
Okay, so can I just run through some thoughts I have about that, and that probably you and I had discussed yesterday?
Sure.
Specifically to the rezone portion.
Okay.
So the triangle. So you were in agreement that the existing access and entrance drive would be maintained
Yes.
as they are currently?
Yes, subject to DOT's comments.
Okay. But I also heard you say that there might be one benefit of the rezoning would be some upgrades. Are there any proposed upgrades of that other than DOT's comments?
Right. What would the potential upgrades be? Is that what you're?
Are there any?
The desire would be at some point to upgrade and enhance their office, even if it was a small building, as well as some of the storage that they have there, upgrade and enhance that as well. But it wouldn't go outside the footprint of what their operations are today.
Okay, so in the current triangle, there is not currently an office, is that right?
No, it's back in the back. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay,
Just wanna make
so
sure.
is there any intention to upgrade what's in that triangular area to include an office?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us, are those structures or those vehicles or what that's shown currently inside the triangular area?
Based on that aerial,
Uh-huh.
what would those be? Those are vehicles on their way in? Yeah. Because there's no structures in there. It's just the driveway that goes back
Okay,
there.
is that parking there? I mean,
It's a little bit of parking, yes.
okay, but it crosses the line. So is it on property or off property? Are those operational vehicles?
Probably the ones closest are not, but you also get a snap in time. Typically, the volume is kept back where you see the volume of cars there. There may
Right.
be some
And I'm just, we're
parking.
talking about a cleanup, so I just.
Sure.
And I agree. The access is very helpful and beneficial to what people see off
Mm-hmm.
Gresham Road. And so maintaining that is I think, a good option. Are those vehicles that can be moved back into the
There
back
are.
section?
I mean, if those are vehicles that have been dropped off,
Is it a
by a
drop-off
wrecker or
area?
whomever, and they've dropped them off, they may have dropped them off there, and this may be a picture of them before they've processed them to the back
Mm-hmm.
at that particular time.
Okay, so.
But it just serves as a driveway. That section really just serves as a driveway.
Okay, so we could clarify that though, right?
Sure.
So, separately, the tree line runs alongside the triangular property up through the end of the property on the Gresham Road side, right?
Along Gresham Road, it does, correct.
And I know that that's also a nice benefit to the property and to keeping it, aesthetically pleasing as can
It
be,
is.
right?
It is.
So are there plans in place, and are y'all agreeable to maintaining the existing tree line on Gresham Road as a buffer?
That's agreeable. Yeah.
Okay,
That's very helpful for everyone involved.
okay, yeah, I think so.
It's a benefit.
And can we agree that there would be no storage of inoperable vehicles in the triangular portion?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that yes?
Yeah, we can. We can.
Okay. And so you spoke about existing use versus intensified use. I know that when we talk about aggregating these properties together, we're talking about making it all heavy industrial, right?
Correct.
But in terms of a cleanup, we would be interested, I think, in grandfathering the current use, which is that tract is really an access into the
That
rest of
front
the
portion
property.
is correct. That's
Is that
right.
right?
That's
Okay.
right.
So is it also agreeable that there be no intensified use in the triangle
Agreed.
or expansion of operations that would be considered HI to occur in that subject area that would be then rezoned?
That's correct.
That'd be
Yes,
right.
that's agreeable.
Okay. And so there's not any structures that then would be, there's no structures currently in that area?
Correct. Not in the triangle.
Okay, and there's no proposed structures in that area?
Not in the triangle. Correct.
Okay. So if there were any improvements or additions within that triangular tract, is it agreeable that that would need to occur based upon the submission of a site plan, landscape plan to be approved by a district commissioner?
That's agreeable.
Okay. And then the STIP letter, does it cover both the SLUP and the Z86?
It does. It covers both the rezoning and the special land use permit.
Okay.
Treating it as one operation and one project. Yes.
Okay. And so on the SLUP then, it could be, is it agreeable that it would be subject to the restrictions and conditions that we've just discussed on Z86 on the triangular portion?
Yes, that's fine. I see what
Okay.
you're- Yes,
And
that's
then
correct.
all other staff comments, recommendations, and the requirement of the retaining of the buffer line, just because that covers.
Correct.
The full
That would apply
tract.
as well. Because the SLUP's on the whole combined piece.
Right.
Correct,
Right.
yes.
Okay, those are my questions. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Other questions for Kevin? Commissioner Below?
Thank you. So if you could help me out here while we're on what we've been calling the triangular piece, does that include the purple region across the green line?
No.
Okay.
Because that's already zoned heavy industrial. It's just the triangle we're talking about is what's currently zoned R15.
Okay, got it. Is there currently, I'm trying to make this out, and I'm not a radiologist or anything, but it almost looks like a roadway goes through the far rear corner of the R15 piece.
Well, on the GIS, sometimes a line like that is not precise, okay? But safe to say, our access drive is part of that triangle piece, okay? I just don't think the GIS is as accurate as our survey.
All right, let's flip to who or what is on this R15 piece next door, and what do they do?
I'm not sure anybody is there. Those are woods. Yeah, there's nobody there. Yeah, they're just woods.
All right, do you know who owns it?
I do not. Yeah, okay. Related parties to our owner / landlord.
Okay, and your landlord is?
The owner of the property, which is, I just want to get it stated correctly. The owner of the property, which is Bentley Commercial Properties, Summerhour Properties, Lynn Bentley Taylor, and Justin Ottinger.
Right, okay. And then my other question for you, we're seeing some yellow lines here, and we're being asked to approve a SLUP, right? That SLUP extends into the purple, or is it limited just to the yellow triangle at this time?
No, the special land use permit applies to the entirety of the property, which includes the most 90% of it, or 95% of it's already HI. It's applying to the whole operation.
Okay, and that was my next question, because I'm just seeing a lot of cars outside of the areas shown as being defined as SLUP 17.
Again, when you're looking at GIS and something like this on some older properties, that's the property that we're dealing with.
Okay, so where we see a lot of cars, are you saying those cars aren't there, or are you saying the SLUP should include?
It should include all of the property, which is, those cars are actually in the property. I'm saying the line you're seeing on your screen, GIS isn't always accurate as it matches up to parcels, just because of the way it works sometimes. They try real hard, but unless they've gotten a specific recorded plat or some other plotting information, they do their best.
All right, thank you.
But that, even beyond the parameters of, and I'm not a geometry major either, so I don't know what that shape is, but even beyond those parameters, it's all HI.
It's all HI, correct. All of that property is
Is
heavy
it owned by
industrial.
the same persons?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Anybody else?
No, it's back to you.
And if it helps in that regard, I mean, the survey is based off of, it's a 2002 survey for the owner, okay? So that's why I'm referencing back to the survey, which is what's submitted as part of the application. And it's my understanding that's what's been leased and what's been operated, okay? I just think the GIS is close, but it's a little off.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm ready to make a motion then. You can step down, Kevin. So we're going to handle these.
Zoning first.
Okay. All right. So with respect to Z86, I move to approve the rezoning of Z86, which is the green triangular portion, subject to the following. All staff comments and recommendations, the stipulation letter of November 28, 2022, with the provisos that the existing access and the entrance drive are to be maintained, subject to DOT comments. Also with the proviso that the existing tree line on Gresham Road is to remain in place as a buffer as it concerns that portion of the property. Also that there be no storage of vehicles to occur in the subject area of the rezone tract. Also that there be no intensified use or expansion of operations, even those permitted under HI, that will occur in the subject area of the rezone tract. Also that any improvements or additions in the rezone tract would need to be submitted pursuant to a site and landscape plan to be approved by the district commissioner. And that would be my motion.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Blouin. Any discussion? Let's call the question. So that's a vote of 4-0 to approve, to recommend approval of Z86. Now we'll address the SLUP.
Okay. As to SLUP 17, then, I would make a motion to approve, subject to all staff comments and recommendations, subject to all restrictions and conditions contained in the approval for Z86, subject to the stipulation letter of November 28, 2022, subject to a requirement also that the existing tree line on Gresham Road for the entire side of the property remain in place as a buffer. And that would be my motion.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Blouin. Any discussion? I'll call the question. It's a vote of 4-0 to recommend approval for SLUP 17. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Bolton, would there be any consideration for consent agenda on that one with that motion?
Could be.
Just throw it out there.
Consent agenda.
Since there was no opposition.
If that's the desire of the planning commission, we need a motion for both the.
Separately?
Yeah, yes.
Commissioner Davis?
I have a feeling on that. I would, since we had no opposition, I would move for the Z86 to be placed on consent.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Anderson. No discussion. I'll call the question. Vote of 4-0 to recommend Z86 be placed on the consent agenda.
And I would separately make a motion to recommend that SLUP 17 be placed on the consent agenda.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Anderson. If no discussion, I'll call the question. And 4-0, I think, recommend placing SLUP 17 also on consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that very much.
We are going to break for lunch, and we'll resume at 1:15. Thank you. All right, well, welcome back to the December 6th zoning hearing. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Peterson to call our next case.
All right, thank you. Next case on the agenda is LUP 24. Loida Escobar requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 60 of the 17th district. The property is located on the east side of Current Drive, north of County Services Parkway. Is the applicant present? Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 24? Mr. Chairman, Board, the applicant is not present for LUP 24.
Okay, do you suggest we hold this to the next?
Yes, let's go ahead and hold it.
Okay, and LUP 24 is in District 1, so I'm going to turn it to Commissioner Ballon to make that motion.
Okay, move to hold LUP 24 till the February meeting.
Second?
I have a second from Commissioner Dance. If there's no discussion, I'll call the question. So by a vote of 4-0, we will hold LUP 24 until the February zoning hearing. Continue it, I'm sorry, to the February date.
All right, next case is LUP 26. Anthony Kostecki requests a temporary land use permit to allow occupancy of an accessory structure in land lot 304 of the 20th district. The property is located on the east side of Hiram Ackworth Highway and on the north side of Wisconsin Parkway. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 26? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Okay, so I'm Anthony Kostecki, and wanting to try to have a house and a garage apartment put on a property. And is there any way to put this on the projector? Sure. Right here, this one will work better. Yeah, this is the area where we're wanting to put the house. We did get an approval. Okay, this is the area we're wanting to put a house. We did get a variance to allow it to extend up to 25 foot into the 75-foot impervious buffer, but staying out of the 50-foot stream buffer. We're wanting to put a garage apartment here, wanting to get it to extend up to 25 foot into the 75-foot impervious buffer, but staying out of the 50-foot stream buffer. And then if needed, the thought is to survey it into a second lot, making this into a .62 acre lot, and then starting this process again. Was told earlier that may be a problem having two houses in an R20 on one lot, two residential houses.
Anything else you want to present? This is just your time.
What's that again?
Is there anything else you want to present to us?
Really. Initial proposal I heard was to deny the garage apartment because of having not wanting to approve two houses on a lot. But like I said, if need be, plan is that I'll have it surveyed and made into two lots.
Okay.
And trying to get ideas and what to do from here.
Okay, thank you. This is also in District 1, so I will turn it to Commissioner Malone to lead our discussion.
Okay. You can stay right there for a second. Mr. Peterson, based upon what I'm seeing in front of me, this is zoned R20, the land out here, correct?
Correct.
So if the applicant chose to, he could submit a lot split plan and build two separate properties. And all
Correct.
that.
I think that's what he was just telling us, that he could do that.
Yeah, and then his bringing it up first saves me from having to give legal advice from the wrong side of the fence, so to speak, right?
We don't give legal advice.
Okay. So good. And the problem here is basically that even though it's zoned R20 and it's a very large tract, that we almost without fail do not allow folks to have a freestanding garage apartment on property that is single-family residential. Is that the problem?
That's correct.
All right. And has anybody from the county discussed with the applicant the possibility of connecting these things so it's not a freestanding home or?
Well, I believe my staff has discussed with the applicant either subdividing it or it can be connected as long as the breezeway is no longer than 25 feet length. And it's got to be a totally enclosed breezeway.
Would that condition possibly work for you in lieu of having to go with a lot split or?
How's that again? Can it be a livable structure still?
Yeah, and Mr. Kostecki, what you can do, if this board does not approve this application for this request, one of your ways to achieve this is to subdivide it. Another way is to connect your detached garage to your house with an enclosed breezeway that's no longer than 25 feet long. So it's got to be a heated and cooled breezeway that's attached to the house, so it's part of the house.
Although we do have restrictions on the number of unrelated people that can live on the same property, correct?
We do, but it's my understanding that the applicant is building this for his daughter.
Have we given you any help in that regard?
25-foot breezeway.
It would be a totally enclosed, heated and cooled breezeway as part of the house.
Enclosed. Okay. Yeah, I'll mention that. Probably still going to try to do the resurveying it into a separate lot and starting the process again.
Is there any reason why we can't just allow this to be withdrawn without prejudice?
If the applicant asks us to withdraw this without prejudice, we'll withdraw it and I'll refund his application fee.
All right, so it wouldn't get approved. Can't put two houses on that. Okay. Yeah, then withdraw it and I'll try it again, start the process again.
Okay, thank you.
After we get it
In that case, my motion is to allow for the withdrawal of this LUP 26 of 2022 without prejudice.
Okay, now I had a hearing on the 20th. Will that cancel that hearing too?
Yep.
Okay. All right, I can go from there.
I'll entertain a second.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Anderson. If there's no discussion, I will call the question. So by a vote of 4-0, we approve the withdrawal without prejudice of LUP 26. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Okay, item next is SLUP 16, Hillels of Georgia Incorporated requests a special land use permit for a Jewish Faith Student Center in land lot 97 of the 20th District. Property is located on the west side of Frey Lake Road, west of Campus Loop Road, south of the intersection of Frey Lake Road and Campus Loop Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to SLUP 16? Let the record show there's one person opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Just a little more out. A little bit more. I'm sorry. No, you're good. You're just inching. I'm used to CJ doing like this. Yeah, that works. Okay, thanks. They can go out further if they want.
Kevin, go for it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Again, Kevin Moore here on behalf of the applicant and owner in this special land use permit application, the applicant being Hillels of Georgia. In this application for a special land use permit to allow for this property to be used as a faith-based, and student center is the name we've used, but it is associated as a student center as part of this proposed use. And it really goes a little bit deeper than that. So Hillels is an organization that frankly does an outstanding job, especially as it comes to our campuses across the country. Their mission and operation is to provide a safe and supportive environment and place for members of the Jewish faith. And they take that mission and purpose very seriously and provide a much needed and very necessary role as they have across campuses and as they would here for Kennesaw State University. And how does that occur? Sometimes we think of different types of faith-based student centers, and they can perform different functions. In this environment, at this particular location, their purpose is so that members of the Jewish faith that are attending Kennesaw State University have a place they can just go. They need to feel safe. They need to feel supported, and to obtain that support as part of the Jewish faith and in that environment. And they do a great job of it, an excellent job of it, and the success stories are numerous if you just Google it across the country and in other locations. This particular location is here on Fry Lake Road. It's on a segment of Fry Lake Road. It's a dead-end segment that is directly across the street from KSU. So positioning-wise, if you're looking at your screen, across to the right, you see the big white building. That's KSU. That's the campus for Kennesaw State University. The road that you see there is Campus Loop Road. That's the Campus Loop Road that swings around as it's coming and goes around that aspect of the Kennesaw State University campus. And so this piece of property in this house, there's an existing house on it that would be utilized in its existing condition for this purpose. Is uniquely situated because it is right there, essentially adjacent to campus. The use of the property, again, it's an existing house on this small segment of Fry Lake Road. There's only 4 houses, and this existing house would be utilized for those purposes. One of the keys here that's been part of this discussion, I'm sure you'll hear about it even further, along this segment of Fry Lake Road, like I said, it's a short street. It then connects with Fry Lake Road that goes through the Pine Tree neighborhood as it connects there at Campus Loop Road. But this particular street, because it is a dead end, is no parking. There's no street parking, no on-street parking. There's signage to that effect. So there's multiple no parking signs along this segment of Fry Lake Road in this location, which we very much will honor and intend to honor and will enforce ourselves. This is so closely positioned to the campus, and given where this is located, Hillels does not want their students driving to this location. This is a location for them to walk to from campus when needed. This is a location for them to take their bikes when needed and be here. As it stands right now, it does have a garage and a driveway. One of the discussion points we've had, and we would be agreeable at this point to having a limitation of the number of cars that could be parked even in the driveway to no more than 2 in the driveway. Also, as it relates to no parking along Fry Lake Road, again, that is a Cobb County public road, okay, that has no parking. So it can be ticketed and towed. It can even be, but that would be within the jurisdiction of Cobb County to do that. But we will certainly, on our behalf, ensure that any students, and all of our students, because it's a very small universe of students that we're talking about in terms of that would be utilizing this, would be well informed. Anybody coming with a car would be told to go park and walk here or bicycle. They would be informed of that at all times, and it would be foremost on their minds, and we've included that as part of our conditions and stipulations. Also want to remind you, there are other faith-based, and this is noted in the staff report, there are other faith-based similar types that may be performing slightly different functions, faith-based student centers that are in locations, frankly, not quite as good as this one in terms of its proximity to campus, but really close to campus or very much adjacent to it, that have been approved under a special land use permit, just as what is being proposed here, and that are also present. In addition, we have, as far as communicating, we do have, and I was provided 4 separate emails that I'm going to hand to Ms. Stone for just inclusion in the record. But those are 4 separate emails from 4 different owners in the immediate area, one of which is our immediate neighbor adjacent to us on Fry Lake Road, as well as 3 others that are to our more towards our rear that were within the 1,000-foot radius of where we sent the letters to, that's expressed their support for this proposal. Again, this is a great example of being able to utilize this property that is adjacent to the Kennesaw State University campus in a fashion that allows the house to be utilized while not in conjunction or affiliated with KSU. They are closely aligned in terms of the service and the support that they provide for members of the Jewish faith that attend Kennesaw State University, but in a manner that is well controlled and in a manner that is not a party house, it's not a fraternity house, it's not a sorority house. It is very much quite the opposite of those types of functions that it serves. As noted in the staff report, its hours, so to speak, are from 7 to 10. This is not a place to party, it's a place to come and make sure you're supported and safe as part of experiencing the Jewish faith here at Kennesaw State University. We are in support of the conditions and stipulations that have been identified by staff. Your Cobb County professional staff has recommended approval, noting many of the items I have just mentioned to you and listing those conditions as part of its staff report. And we also have a stipulation letter that's dated November 28th, wherein we again repledge that we will enforce no parking on the street, recognizing that as well. I'm here. There are also other members and representatives of Hillel that are here as well, can answer any of your questions, and respectfully request your recommendation of approval to the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, we'll hear from the opposition.
Cue that up. Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Phil Anzalone. I'm president of the Pine Tree Civic Association. This is the area directly west of the campus. In addition to that, I'm vice president of the Weatherburn Woods HOA, which is also within the 1,000-foot. In addition to that, I am one of the participants that are within 1,000 feet. So to summarize this, we strongly oppose this for several reasons. We've met with Hillel 3 different times, plus many solutions were put forth to try to find a solution. As Kevin has mentioned, there are 2 other faiths, a Jewish organization and a Catholic organization. Both of those we approved of years ago. In fact, the Haddad one, which is down the block from this, we spent over 2 years coming to a conclusion. And what that came down to is finding parking. Okay, they have a 22-spot parking with a gate, etc. They soon push top button, right button. Okay, so what are the main objections? Why are we objecting to this? Well, first, this may benefit Hillel, it may benefit the students of KSU, but it absolutely will not benefit the residents of Pine Tree. This will actually cause hardships on them, and I'll explain why. We have some life safety issues here, primarily with emergency vehicles getting to the last 2 houses on there. A lot of the problems that are created were not created by Hillel, they were created by KSU. For years, we've had a position on the board to basically, our board, with KSU to resolve issues. This is a segregation line between KSU and the residential area. As I said, there's about 600 homes officially within Pine Tree. It's a 35-year-old development, a lot of residents. There are no businesses within it. We have major problems with this area. Let me take you to the location, just a quick view. So as you can see, KSU is there. The X is the house that we're talking about there, and between Chastain and 75. We've had a lot of problems with this street. This is a challenged street. In the beginning, as you can see, there's a more better picture. There's actually 5 houses that we consider on this stub of Fry Lake Road. What I'm showing here is the fact before KSU built the west parking deck, Fry Lake Road was a continuous road. It went through Pine Tree. One of the problems we have now is that they opened up the west parking deck, which is the bottom right above the word road, facility. It's created major problems through our neighborhood. I mean, this year alone, we've had 3 residents hit by cars just going to their mailbox. We've had police enforcement. The problem with police enforcement is there's not a level piece of property there. So they can't do speed traps as we do on McCullum. The traffic got so bad in 2005, we convinced DOT to segregate the roads because the residents on these 5 homes couldn't get out of their driveway. It was just too tight. So we created this little stub road to alleviate the problem. And as you could see, that stub road has roughly 5 houses on it. You'll also notice on the right corner, right where the main intersection is, there's a little stub on top of the stub. That was dictated by the fire department for emergency turnaround. After that, KSU went to be a no smoking facility. We had major, major problems with students congregating in front of these houses, primarily to smoke, but it created a lot of problems, not only because of this, but because of parking, which I'll talk about. We've had major confrontations. Personally, my wife, just about every member that lived on that street at one time has had problems with students. So we convinced KSU to basically create that barrier in between to keep students there. And that's what it looks like today. You could see it's a 6-foot fence with no entrances and basically heavy, heavy landscaping. And that has somewhat controlled the issue. As you could see, this is from the other side of that fence. So the real problem here is we had to put no parking signs here because one of the problems is, as I'll show it later, the last 2 pieces, that's an 18.5-foot road. It causes problems getting fire trucks because there's not enough room on both sides to run a fire truck up the curb. We've had major, major problems with the fact that KSU students park here, regardless of the no parking signs. We've had a lot of problems getting enforcement on this thing because of police priorities. They just can't do it enough. Second problem we've had is students have removed these signs. The sign for that little stub, that emergency turnaround that I show here, that's been replaced 4 times. We've had signs removed. Students are very, very inventive of finding ways. Remove the signs, police can't do this. One of the other problems we have with this is if you look at this closely, you can see the road gets very narrow, as I mentioned. In fact, this is a picture from GIS. I have tons of pictures of illegal parked cars. One of the issues with Hillel is we don't really have a way of enforcement. In other words, they can enforce their people, but you cannot really determine. So another problem we've had is cars parking side by side, like this. You can't get a sanitation truck through, you can't get an emergency. There are multiple signs on this road that says no parking. We consider this a problem because getting a fire vehicle through here is going to be a problem. Second problem is the number of people using this facility. This was originally advertised as a study hall, okay? So you'd have students coming back and forth. Something we've learned very much so, students do not like to walk, plain and simple. I mean, we've gotten every excuse under the sun when we try to tell people don't park here, especially in emergency turnaround. This house is the house, it's under, you can basically get 4 to 5 cars in there. In their application, staff had recommended 10 spaces. Well, that really comes down to how many people do you have at a time? Okay, during discussions, we've heard everything from, oh, it's lightly used, hardly it ever, to potentially 50 people. In addition to that, you wind up with people that are coming and going. The people on the left of this house are senior citizens. They have had many, many problems with this. The people on the right, which is probably the owner that agreed, he basically has renters that have been there for 4 years. They strongly oppose this. Why? Because they have 4-year-old kids that play in the driveway because of the slope in the back. One major problem we've seen, the house on the end, which is adjacent to this, has no turnaround. So what happens here is the fact that people come and whether to drop it off, they have to use somebody's driveway to turn around. This is an 18-foot substandard road, has hard curbs, not curved roads. This is a car, as you could see, if you try to make a three-point turn, you can't. You have to go into somebody's driveway. The people on the end have had their mailbox knocked down several times. They've had people drive on their lawn because they can't turn around. The emergency vehicle thing, as you could see, it's 2 car lengths. It's meant to turn around fire engines. That was stipulated by the fire department. There are many other projects we've done with DOT. Campus Loop Road on the other side originally was that blue road. We had to change it because you couldn't get out of the Weatherburn Woods section because of the traffic, so we added that. Recently, this year, we completed a no left turn out of Campus Loop Road, which requires students to go all the way around. We've tried to modify this. So one of the other issues we have is there has been a lot of issues in the past with students within the neighborhood, the speeding, but also, so between us, we've kind of created a demarcation line. This violates it. It sets up a very bad precedent that you're going to basically, if you approve this, is all those houses on that road will probably get sold because neighbors will move out, just like we had the problem with sober man living. In addition, there's a rear deck. You wind up with 50 people there, we wind up with noise problems. So, in conclusion, we really request that you deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. If that concludes the public piece of this, and this is in District 3, so I'll turn it to Commissioner Dance to lead our discussion.
If I could have Mr. Moore come back. Hi, Kevin. You did in your remarks mention that you were willing to stipulate that parking on site should only be limited to 2 cars in the driveway. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And I know that we had an earlier discussion, and I'm not sure what y'all's position is on this, but would there be on-site supervision in this this location?
Yes, there's always on-site supervision.
And who would that be?
It's a director for Hillel's.
Okay. So, I mean, I know it's an organization, so, I mean, are there bylaws or a code of conduct by which individuals that participate in the organization abide?
Yes.
Okay.
They're called something different, but yes.
Say it again?
They're called something different,
I was
but
struggling
that's
for what they might be called, but
that's a good description that we're all familiar with. But yes, there are very much organizational rules and documents and.
so these are things that we could look at if we brought the matter back.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so the concept, it's described in your STIP letter as for social activity, is that right? I mean, what's the actual scope of who's going to use the facility? We've had some questions as what's the number of people that's going to use the facility?
Right.
You know, that kind of thing.
The use of the facility would be students who are students of KSU that are members of the Jewish faith.
Okay.
I think you're asking kind of how the extent of use.
Right. And I mean, is this a drop-in place, or is this a place, I think I saw it either in your STIP letter or in the verbiage that it was a place for social gatherings. So, I mean, what's the...
Sure. Now I understand. Yes. So by social gatherings, you're talking about an occasional dinner or meal that would be attended by any number of people. No different than if I have social gatherings at my house and I invite 10 friends over. I mean, now the number can vary greatly, but it doesn't go to some obscene number of people. I
So
think.
let's
So you
just
kind of-
change the word obscene.
Yes.
And, I mean, let's just talk numbers. I mean, are we
Sure.
talking 10 people, 20 people? We talking 50 people? We talking 100 people? I mean, do we have some limitations on how many
I mean, it'd be less
students
than
would be
50
present?
people, but what I'd like to be able to do maybe is call Mr. Keel up, who is with Halil's, so he can be a lot more specific, and I think if you would be okay with that to answer that specific question, would that be?
Let me ask a question. Has he been sworn in? Were you sworn in?
He
Okay,
has.
yeah, come on.
Would that be okay if I invited him? I think he
Okay,
can
if
provide
you'll just
better
be a
answer.
backdrop,
Yes, yes.
if you'll just drop back and don't disappear.
Right, no, I just think he can answer this a lot more directly.
Hi, everybody. Welcome.
Hello. And so
So-
if you'll state your name for the record, that.
My name is Wayne Kyle, K-E-I-L.
And you are, where are you located?
So I'm in Atlanta. I'm the CEO of Hillels of Georgia.
Mhm.
And Hillels of Georgia is the umbrella for many Hillels throughout the state. We have a Hillel at UGA, Kennesaw, Georgia Tech, Georgia State, those types of things. So we're taking care of about 5,000 Jewish students at various universities throughout the state.
Okay, so like at those other colleges or universities throughout the state, are these usually located in residential areas? The same type of facility we're talking about?
Some are and some are not.
Okay,
Depends on what's available in the location.
okay. And so, can you characterize what this is? Is this a social gathering place? Is it a study place? What?
I can, and thank you. It's a very good question. It's an important question as to what we do as an organization. So we're part of a nationwide organization that's called Hillel International.
Okay.
And what our job is to make sure that Jewish students are safe on their campus. Okay, we do things that other Jewish organizations do not do on campus. So I will give you the best example that I can give you. Okay, when at Jacksonville, at the University of Florida, University of Georgia game, there was something that was brought up on the outside of the stadium that said Kanye was right. It was Hillels of Georgia and our staff at Hillel that worked with the community, that worked with University of Florida, that worked with the University of Georgia and the administrations of those schools to make sure that statements were put out, the police were notified, and that we can create programs to get rid of anti-Semitism, okay? Now, when we talk about the types of programs that we want to run at KSU, they're very similar. We will have, I will tell you that house 85 to 90% of the time will not have students in it because they're in class, where they should be, and they better be, okay? But the most crowd that we'll have would be on a Friday night, which is our Sabbath, and we have a dinner, okay? We've been averaging between 20 and 25 students. I would love for it to get to 50. I don't know how long it will take to get there, but on average, we have 20 to 25 students. Our students have already been told to not drive. They do not drive. They do not park. It's a big no-no, okay? And for some of the studying things that we do, we offer classes both to Jewish and non-Jewish students to come together and build bridges and do things that they would ordinarily not have an opportunity to do. Okay, a good example is we send a lot of Jewish students on a trip called Birthright to Israel. But what we also do is we have another trip called Fact Finders, where we will take non-Jewish students to Israel to educate them about the Jewish faith, Israel, and what goes on. So it seems like it's big, but if it were really big, we wouldn't be in this house because the house is not designed to hold 100 people. It's designed to hold 20, 30, 40 people. And all of our students who do drive, they park at the garage that's on your screen, and they walk over. It's a 3-minute walk. So we've had no problems.
They park at?
They park at
the
Kennesaw
campus
State.
garage, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they park in the garage, and they just walk over. It's a 3-minute walk. Never had an issue.
All right. At this location or a different location?
At this location.
Okay, so this location is currently being used?
We have rented this facility to see if it works.
Okay, so it's rented from a private owner?
It is.
Okay, and so the concept of seeing if it works, that seems to make sense to me, to see Because, I mean, if we're here talking about a zoning issue, then we're also talking about, does it work for the other residents of the neighborhood?
Exactly.
Right.
And that's why we've been able to secure residents. Our very next door neighbor said, this is great, doesn't even know we're there. Doesn't even know we're there. And the other side of us,
So how long have you been operating?
I think we've been on this, I think we've been there 4 months.
Okay. And so what kind of activities, I know you mentioned programs. Are you having programs there?
Very small programs.
Okay. Would those be the type, I mean, I know you talked about anti-Semitism program, but I mean, is those the kind of think groups or groups that
Exactly.
are addressing that kind of issue?
Yes, we address those issues. We have.
Okay, and like at that house, though, that's something you would do at that house?
Yes, as
Okay.
long as it's a small enough group. We know that if we, like, let's say that we wanted to have a larger occasion. If we said, you know what, let's invite the Black Student Union and LGBTQ and different organizations to have a joint meal or dinner, that goes on campus. It does not happen at the house. We would have too many people, we wouldn't do it. It would be too chaotic.
So what's the threshold then?
I think the threshold is, I think 50 is the threshold, okay? But I don't think we're really close to approaching that anytime soon.
So those type of activities, because they would involve multiple groups and more people, something that would be facilitated at a different location?
Yes, in fact, Kennesaw State has a Holocaust museum, and we have been having, up until we had a location, if we had a large amount of students, that's where we would go. We would have our dinners there, we'd bring the food and go there, and there's no issue.
That's a nice exhibit there.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's programs and there's this concept of a Friday night dinner. You said 20 to 25, but now
Yep.
we're up to talking about 50. So, I mean, how many of you really had there?
25 on average.
And is that a comfortable number in the?
Yeah, there's more than enough room for 25, for sure.
So to the point that I was asking Mr. Moore about, you know, a code of conduct or those kind of
yes.
things. Y'all have some, I mean, I'm sure that if you service other universities, you already have
We
rules.
we do. We have a code of conduct for the individual Hillel, and there's also a code of conduct for the national Hillel as well. They kind of got to match. Kind of like have the federal government and the state governments got to work together.
Right, so do those ever become kind of codes of conduct that interface with the community where they're located, like with the neighborhood? Would those be the kind of things that you might share with the neighborhood as to, you know, these are what we're bound by and those kind
I'd
of
be
things?
happy to.
Yeah,
I mean,
Okay.
it's a typical student code of conduct,
right,
you know, so, I mean, I wouldn't have no problem sharing it. It's
right.
not,
And so, and Mr. Moore, if you're better able to answer this question, so in interactions with this community, particularly these 4 houses, at least on that street, I mean, what kind of interactions have happened between the folks at the house and the other residents in the neighborhood?
well, honestly, we don't have much interaction with them at all.
Okay.
Because we're really not at the house that often.
But have y'all like introduced yourselves
Oh,
to
yes.
the neighborhood and had like a
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
facilitated meeting, that kind of thing?
Yes, we've offered to have the neighbors for coffee. The director, Valerie Chambers, has met with the next door neighbor on the right, who's at the end of the street, okay? And he has a letter that is supporting us as well. The neighbor on the other side, my understanding is that our current landlord spoke to them, and they understand a little bit better about what we are, okay? We're often caught in the undertow of another organization that's within the neighborhood. We do very different things, and once they understood that we were not part of that organization, that we were something different, they were like, oh, okay, yeah, that explains why there's not a lot of cars and everything else. So, yeah, we have.
And so these hours of operation are, they say 7 to 10, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.?
Yeah.
What does that really look like?
What it really looks like is the director manages to get there around 9 o'clock 9:30 in the morning, okay? She'll stay there in case a student wants to come into the house and study. It's, dribs and drabs, okay? It's not a lot of students during the day. As I said, they're in class. And if there's, once a week, we'll have something called JLF, which is a Jewish Learning Fellowship, okay? We have 10 students that attend this, 10 students. And they think it's on Wednesday nights. They'll come, they'll have a nosh, and then they'll go home. And they walk and they have a lot of fun, and it's a great learning opportunity for the students. And what it allows them to do is really take a good message into the community, both locally and at the university level as well. So it's very positive.
So the community relations are of importance, and the community relations with the neighborhood would be
It's very
of
important to
importance,
us.
right?
It's of the utmost importance. We want to be good neighbors. We want to be part of the community. For example, we're building a new Hillel building at Athens for University of Georgia, and the community of Athens is a big part of that process. So we are looking to be we want to be a part of the community. We don't want to be separate. It's not our goal.
Okay, so I have a couple mixed messages from the materials. One is, and maybe this conversation, one is that this is a test, to see if it's a good fit. Two is, I see something that talks about, monumental signage and things like that. But, I mean, is this a temporary location, and then you're going to grow, and then you're going to go somewhere else, or what is this?
I tend to think that because of the size of KSU and the population of KSU, that we are probably in a pretty stable situation for many years to come.
So the answer to the question is you're still feeling it out to make sure it's right, but if it's a good workable situation, you think that your population would be, you wouldn't need to grow beyond this space. Is that correct?
No, we think this is a very good size space, and it's in a perfect location for the students to be safe.
Is it the organization's intention to purchase this property?
If it works so, yes.
Okay. If I might inquire, then are you like under contract, or?
We're not under contract to purchase, no.
Okay. So you heard the comments about the, perceived adverse effects on the neighborhood. And how would you like to address that? I mean, if you're interfacing with the individual who's here today, saying these are major concerns that we have, what's your response?
I've met with Phil a number of times. I appreciate his concern. I don't want cars parking in front of our house. I don't want cars parking on that street. It is not safe for anybody, and we don't want it. The pictures that were shown of cars parked are not our cars. They're actually our neighbors' cars. So we are very much in favor of limiting parking on that street. As far as the upsetness that the Pine Tree Civic Association has with Cobb County or KSU, I can't relate to that. It's not a problem with us. We're happy to try and help in any way that we can.
But as a neighbor in the neighborhood, if there's cars parked in the street, they're not yours, then y'all would participate with the neighbors in controlling the situation, correct?
Absolutely. If there's a car parked in front of our house, well, we would know who it was, because if it's a student that's within our house, we would be like, yo, you got to get that car and put it over in the garage.
So you would do self-enforcement, but you would also participate in community enforcement by contacting the police if there was...
Absolutely. If that's what we're called on to do, that's what we will do. Absolutely.
The same as any other neighbor would.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. And so there's no overnight stays at this location? No. Okay. And the manager is present in all hours of operation?
Yes.
Okay. And so if the manager arrives at 9, then the hours of operation really start at 9? They start when the manager's there?
Yeah, but generally speaking, we're not going to have students show up at 9. She might get there at 9 so that she can prepare for, let's say she's doing a bagel break on campus. She'll
Yeah.
get the bagels together and she'll take it and she'll go onto campus. So that's her work area. That's where the students know to find her. If something were to happen in a class, which, for example, about a month ago, we had a professor choose to make some inappropriate comments in class. And the student didn't know what to do. Went over to the house, met with Valerie. Valerie called me, and we had to fix that. You know, those are the types of things that we get involved in. So that's why she's there on site to handle issues that may come up during the day for students to feel safe. And unfortunately, I have to tell you, it happens more than we would like.
So currently, there's no signage up, is that right?
No, there is no signage up.
Okay, and there's no intention to erect signage
There is no
currently?
signage now. I would love to have a sign. It would be really nice to have a sign that says something. It doesn't have to be a big monument, by the way. We can certainly work with the county in terms of the size of the sign, what it looks like, where it
Well, maybe
is.
you work with a neighborhood too about that kind
Of
of
course.
thing, because it's still a neighborhood.
It absolutely is a
You know, we got to
neighborhood.
respect each other.
100%.
Right.
Yes, and we do want to be an active part of the neighborhood. We want to be good neighbors. We want to be a part of what goes on there.
Okay, and so, active part of the neighborhood. So if there are neighborhood conflicts, I'm sure that this has happened in other locations.
It does.
What's the protocol?
Well, if it involves us, we go to, in this case, if there was an issue involving us or one of our students, we would, and there was a board meeting, we would go to the board meeting. We would go address it.
If there was a board meeting of the homeowner?
Of the civic association or the HOA or whatever it looks like.
Okay, so you would interface either directly or indirectly? 'Cause
Yes.
I'm sure if you have a supervisor there, a lot of times the supervisor would be the person doing the interface, correct?
Exactly.
Okay. All right, and how about things like smoking and drinking and interference with the
So we do
neighborhood?
not have alcohol. That
Okay.
is part of our code of conduct. We do not serve alcohol. We have wine for blessing on Friday night, but people don't drink wine. It's usually one glass of wine for whoever says the blessing, and then everybody else gets grape juice. Okay? There's no drinking, there's no smoking in the house. That's just,
And those are part of the code of conduct or
It
whatever
is.
it is that we call it, right?
yep.
Okay. And so, I mean, this issue of numbers of students who might be there at one time, is there a way to gauge what's too much? I mean, does your manager have authority to do that?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we have to use our judgment about what's safe. Right? We don't want safety issues in the house.
Right.
We chose to not try and purchase a very large commercial building because, quite frankly, we're not having 150, 200 students come. It's not what we want. We're much more targeted at this point with our KSU student population. It's a much smaller Jewish population than at other schools. And this is a comfortable size and makes everybody feel safe. And the fact that it's a house lends itself to being a home away from home for Jewish students. It's very nice.
Sure, and I know that there was a discussion about life safety issues, and then there was a picture of a deck, and I've been around the county long enough to know that decks do fall with congregations of people. So, I mean, I'm sure that part of your protocols also involve looking after the safety of the students from a perspective of the facility, is that right?
Yes, in fact, all of our directors are trained in a variety of life-saving methods. We have trainings, because we're a Jewish organization, we have trainings that might surprise many people in this room that we need to undertake about life safety. But what we do is focus it on students. We know that students have perhaps drug overdoses, things of that nature. I will tell you that we've never had that in any one of our campus or any one of our students. But if it were to happen, we have ARCAN, we have these methods that everybody's trained in to make sure that everybody in that building is safe 100% of the time.
Okay. Let me check my notes here a second. Okay, those are the questions I have right now for these folks. Do somebody else have some questions?
Other questions from Commissioner Ballard?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And so I've been to a couple of I've been, well, at least to the parking lot of a couple of places you have on other campuses. So you have a house on the Vanderbilt campus, right? And
We do have on a Vanderbilt
And it has
campus,
a pretty, as you're facing from the road, there's a pretty sizable parking lot to the left.
I've not been to that campus, but
How about UGA? I was just checking here, and there's something on South Millage or Millage. Is that?
yes, our current house is on South Millage. It's a small house. We were able to procure, because UGA is a growing population, we purchased the old bookstore, and we are renovating that bookstore to accommodate a larger population.
Yeah, so you're down there 5 Points there?
No, I don't think so.
Whereabouts is that then? Is it up on Baxter?
It's on Baxter Street, yes.
Okay. So do you plan to have significant parking at that location on Baxter?
Yeah, we will have, I think we're scheduled for 30 spots there. The interaction with the community is greater at that location. And again, there's probably about anywhere between 1,000 and 1,200 Jewish students at University of Georgia. That's not the case here at KSU. But the actual ideal reason for that location on Baxter Street is because it's across the street from the freshman dorms,
right?
Which allows the students to walk over. So we really want students to be walking to our locations. My son is at Purdue University. Very little parking. The students walk. Pretty much every Hillel that I've been at, students walk. That's what they do.
All right. So do you tend to find that it's mostly freshmen that participate in these activities or no?
No. You know, it's interesting. The growth of any one student is unique to that student. Depending on the experience and what they want to get out of their campus life, things that happen to them if they're in a situation in class where a professor would make a Holocaust joke, that might tee them up and go, oh, I think I'd better get into a Hillel and find out what's happening, okay? Some students are just like any other religious organization. Students today, maybe they don't want to go to church. They don't want to go to a mosque. They don't want to go to synagogue. They just don't want to participate. And that's okay too, you know? So each one of those students is on his or her own Jewish path. And whatever it looks like, we're there to help them to be on that Jewish path.
Yeah. So I also happened to have taken the tour once upon a time in the summer of 2013 at Washington and Lee. And there's a Hillel house on that campus too, correct?
I can't say. I believe you.
Okay.
I believe you.
In your experience in this area, which is really all that matters for our purposes, has there been any sale of food to the student body in general as part of the?
No, we don't. No, we're not a restaurant. Definitely not a restaurant.
Right. Okay. Have you talked at all to the neighbor to the south here?
That's the White House, I believe, the one on the end, yes. Yeah, Valerie spoke with that neighbor. Valerie's our director, and spoke with the neighbor, and he was supportive of our petition.
Okay. And what about the neighbor immediately to the north?
That's Chris, and I believe that Barry spoke to them, and also we have an email from them?
Yeah, an email from them.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The one immediately to the north per your screen, that's one of the emails in support of the application.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I remember Hillel from when I was in college, so I remember certainly appreciated the vibrancy of the atmosphere it created and the sense of community it provided for the Jewish students on campus. So, and so a couple of kind of questions I just want to make sure I'm clear on. How long is this lease with the current landlord?
1 year.
1 year. Okay, so it's short term. It's not like it's a 5-year type deal where Okay, got it. So it truly is sort of like a testing period.
Yes, if it works and the commission grants us our SLUP, we'll, continue to do what we do and see how we roll.
Got it. Great. And then, for some of the extracurricular clubs, I don't know how.
There is I should say, there is a purchase option within the lease.
Okay.
Okay, so all things on the table. So,
Understood. Yeah. And there's certainly some optionality you guys, I imagine, have negotiated with that. And then in terms of was this considered in certain schools you'll have kind of an overarching university affiliation or a code of conduct as well, such that they're almost like a charter, if you will, from the as an extracurricular activity associated with KSU.
So that's a good question. So the students actually on these campuses have to live by two charters, right? They have to behave in a way becoming to the university code of conduct, okay? But they also have to behave to the code of conduct for Hillel, okay? Most of the time, they're obviously pretty similar in nature. So I believe the answer to your question is yes, they do have to abide by whatever KSU is saying.
Got it. And then, but as an organization, to the extent that there are any kind of violations of that code of conduct, does that have any implications on the organization? So if there's not saying this is the case, but if there are any repeated violations or infractions or things where there's kind of nuisance to the community, or let's say just making it a frat that was causing a disturbance all the time. I'm not saying that for here, but just as an example, is there any remedies that you're kind of tied to in terms of being at risk for the right to operate on this? Or?
No, we're actually not a part of Kennesaw State University at all.
Okay, so there's no connection with that.
Yeah,
okay.
we're not tied into KSU.
Got it. Okay, got it. And then the other thing was, what time typically does your Friday dinner, do they wrap up?
So
there's unofficial and there's an official. I imagine.
No. It's a great question, and it depends on when sunset is, right? Okay. So it starts at a certain time during certain times of the year. In the summer, when sunset is late, it's okay because students aren't even around. We're not usually in session. In summer, place will be empty. In the wintertime right now, sunset happens around 5:30. Yep. So dinner will start around 5:30 and will typically end around 7:30, 8 o'clock. Everybody goes home.
Got it. Okay, great. And I know he spoke a lot about parking, the desire to walk. For a lot of students, there's a big rideshare component. Can you talk a little bit about whether at this Hillel or any other prior ones, have you imposed any kind of maybe not, you can't impose restrictions on someone taking an Uber or Lyft, but you can provide guidance to them saying, to the extent that you are coming here, make sure that any Lyft drop-offs or Uber drop-offs or anything like that are at the garage as opposed to like right in front. Because I can imagine there could be a lot of rideshare traffic for folks that could come, but I don't know if that's the case or not.
See, we don't have that amount of students coming to us. We just don't. If we were to have an event that necessitated a lot of people coming, like I said, we wouldn't do it at the house.
Okay.
We would work with the university to find space to do it. It's just easier. It's just simpler.
And for major events, whether there's a particular holidays of importance, and if is there a protocol around providing either notice or direct contact to the neighbors, or some kind of interaction so that the neighbors have a point and resource that they can call immediately to say, hey, somebody's in front of my blocking my driveway or things like that?
Sure, this is a great question. We're happy to, actually, all of our neighbors have Valerie's cell phone number already, okay? We currently don't have plans to have high holiday services for Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur.
Yep.
We don't have the facility for it. Most of the students at KSU tend to go home. Actually, most students of the Jewish faith tend to go home, especially at a place like KSU, which has a lot of commuters. So we don't really foresee that as an issue at all.
Right. Okay. Those are my main questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to follow up, and this is not beating a dead horse by any means, but I'm very familiar with these types of organizations and from college time. It seems like you've been operating out of the house for 4 months, right? And that's been more the fall time. Are you anticipating, because I do know the hangout or the natural ability to kind of hang out at these spaces. I was in the Baptist Student Union and a few other groups of this nature. For the spring, what is the nature of the house in terms of like backyards and the likelihood of more, not planned events, but what tends to happen is the student kind of hangouts, if that makes sense, the question.
I will say this. I would love for this Hillel to be a place that students love to be at. Nothing would make me happier than to walk in and see 20, 25 students who are Jewish and Black and Chinese and LGBTQ hanging out together. It's our mission. So nothing would make me happier. Do I think that that's going to happen? Not in the near future. It's too new. The student population isn't quite there yet. And honestly, there's a lot of work to do at the KSU campus to build these bridges. And that's really what we want to do. That's our mission, is to build these bridges.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'll turn it back to Commissioner Dance.
So in terms of activities then, are most activities indoors or are there some outdoor activities?
Most of them are indoors.
Okay, and, recreationally, is there anything that's contemplated outdoors? And is there any landscape changes or fencing or those kind of things that are
No.
in place or
We
contemplated?
want to keep it exactly the way it is.
Okay. Jim? Okay, I think that's what we have.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Does anybody else want to ask anyone else questions?
Yeah, questions for staff. Commissioner Ballon?
Is there any way we could, is a trial run an option as opposed to a permanent?
The special land use permit can be issued for a time certain. It doesn't have to be permanent.
Any additional questions from the commissioners? If not, I'll turn it back to Commissioner Dance.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to hold with some comments. I appreciate both sides being here and participating. I mean, we are charged with weighing the effects of this kind of activity on the neighborhood. I hear dialogue about wanting to be neighbors and be good neighbors, and so we just want to make sure that we participate in this process when you're evaluating whether or not it's a good fit. And so for that reason, I think it's good that you've had a 4-month trial, and if we hold this till our next meeting, there'll be an additional 2 months, and at that time, I would expect that we would have, more feedback on how this is operating. But in the meantime, what I want to suggest is that some of the things that we've discussed today, particularly items like what is the code of conduct, what are the guidance, what are the guiding principles, those kind of things. I'd like to see those in writing. I'd like to make them part of a record and make the community well aware of what that record is. I'd like to see some more community outreach, and so that they know exactly what your guiding principles are and those kind of things. So if you could facilitate, I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but you could facilitate some kind of open house or something at your place so that folks can actually weigh in on it and actually see what you're doing. I think that if our stipulations, Mr. Moore wound up covering some more items that we have discussed, like the 2 cars in the driveway and the on-site supervisor, and, incorporated the reference to the code of conduct and ways of reporting issues and ways of engaging in dispute resolution, those kind of things would be helpful. And so making a more robust presentation, also spelling out that there's no alcohol, that there's no smoking, all these kind of things, that that the Uber and Lyft issues are addressed, that they were a participant in the community with solving this parking issue, because all residents of the street are participants in solving parking issues that relate to one another. So those are the kind of things that I would like to see, and therefore I'm making a motion to hold with those recommendations.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Ballon. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll call the question. So a vote of 4-0 to hold SLUP, lost my number, 16 until the February meeting. Thank you. All right, we have one piece of other business.
That's correct. That's to consider to adopt your resolution for the dates and times of the Planning Commission zoning hearings for the calendar year of 2023.
And we have this in front of us. I know that there are, there's been some discussion around under the first resolution, with the meetings being the first Tuesday of each month at 9 a.m., with the exception of the month of January when there will be no hearing. And then in July, we would meet on that Wednesday. Mr. Peterson, could you discuss what's been proposed for January and February?
Sure. What's being proposed is on the draft calendar, the Planning Commission does have a meeting scheduled for 4 p.m. to review comp plan amendments and code amendments, with the hearing following 7 o'clock that night on January 10th. Staff is proposing the board delete that off the calendar and move the comp plan hearing to your February 7th zoning hearing meeting as another business item. So y'all don't have to keep coming back and forth to the county for such a small agenda, because I believe there's only about 6 items to hear for the comp plan amendments, and there are no code amendments in January.
Mr. Chair, can I just inquire whether there was any publication yet of any notice to folks to show up for the comp plan review in January?
No, not yet.
Okay.
How long do we expect that review to take?
There's only 6 items, so hopefully less than 30 minutes.
Okay, will we have a robust, an agenda that is otherwise robust because we were off in January of other matters?
That's correct.
An elongated meeting.
Other discussion, because we don't have a motion on the table yet, so we can make a motion. I can entertain a motion, and then we could move this to the discussion, or?
Well, I'll make a motion for the purpose of discussion. I would just move that we
Adopt the calendar.
No, I wouldn't just adopt it. I think that we should consider just holding the comp plan amendments in January and addressing them then. But that's a comment, that's not a motion. That way we don't have a big fat agenda in February.
Comment noted. Other comments for discussion?
Yeah. For the proposed amendments, I guess we're capped at 6, right? There's nothing else that would be on that won't expand at any point. We're really.
No, it's going to be 6.
It's just, okay. So, yeah, I guess normally I'd probably vote for moving it to the February 7th. But just given the small size, if we can get something off the docket, that would be, I guess, preferable, just given the size of the agenda for that time.
So are you saying keep it in January, or
I would.
You supporting Deborah's comment?
I'm supporting Deborah's non-motion of a comment.
Thank you.
So.
Commissioner Ballon, not to put you on the spot, but comment on that.
I'm fine with our having a brief meeting in January to to handle those comp plan amendments, that's fine. Oftentimes, that's happened at night rather than at 9 a.m., correct?
Well, the work session for the comp plan is at 4 o'clock and the hearing's at 7 o'clock.
Okay, yeah. That's fine. Sounds like we'll have a short evening.
But let me ask a clarifying question. I hear the comment. Would we have the work session at 4 for 6 items, and they have to wait till 7 to?
That's correct.
Because the hearing would still have to be 3 hours later.
Are you saying we would attend the work session as well?
That's correct.
Yes.
So you would take us off the morning meeting for no hearing, but we'd still have to be here?
There is no morning meeting.
I know, but this says no hearing. But we're saying we are having to come to a hearing. We're just moving it to the evening.
Yeah, it would change what's on here, the proposal. We can go back to, if you look at what they sent out on the calendar, it's right on the calendar. It says,
Excuse me, John. I just want to make a quick comment. The resolution deals with just the PC hearings. Just the PC hearings. There's never one zoning hearing in January. Okay?
Right.
So that's separate from the resolution that John's talking about
Got it.
for the comp plan.
Perfect.
Okay,
No,
so
that makes sense.
the resolution that y'all are voting on is just for the PC hearings that happen February through December.
Correct. Got it. Thank you for
Okay.
that clarification, because I think we do need to address these separate. So what's in front of us with the resolution is what we need to vote on. And this is about our hearings, that we will have full PC hearings. And so for this, I will entertain a motion for the dates as assigned. First Tuesday of each month at 9, with the exception of the month of January, when we won't have a hearing, and then in July, when we'll meet on a Wednesday. So I will entertain a motion if you're in support of that.
So moved.
And I will entertain a second.
Fred's going to do that.
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Ballon, and is there any discussion? If not, we'll call the question. So a vote of 4-0, we approve the PC zoning hearings for 2023.
But now you're
Now-
going to clarify this.
But now I'd like to talk about, yes,
Yeah.
clarification for the for the January comp plan code amendments work session and evening hearing on that work session, correct?
The evening hearing is only about the comp plan amendments.
Correct.
And the work session, who attends the work session?
It's a normal work session, I would assume, so staff.
Is it is that a BOC work session? Whose work session is that?
For
PC. It would be like a normal PC work session, correct?
Did you say that?
On January, PC workstation.
For January 10th?
That one, but this part, the first part, the 4 PM meeting.
It says PC work session, so 4 PM is comp plan code amendments PC work session. That's what it's titled.
Oh, that's under that.
Mhm.
That's under that.
Yeah. So the question from Commissioner Dance is who all attend the January 10th comp plan code amendment PC work session? Would that be like our normal PC work session attendees?
No, that would be Jessica Gwynn, the Director of Community Development, and Phil Westbrook, the planner for the Planning Department.
Okay.
Well, I have a question. Why couldn't we have those meetings back to back?
Like at 5?
Yeah. Or 6 and 7. Why can't we do that? Why can't we have the work session and then the meeting following?
It's totally up to this board what your hours are going to be.
It would be easier, I think. 5 and 7.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, 5 and 7 should work given the short agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
Any comments around 5 and 7? All right. So that's not necessarily, we wouldn't have to vote on that, right? Or do we need to vote on the Monday session? I don't think we need to, since it's not a,
You're going to advertise it, though? Right. Right. So do we need to formally decide what we want?
I think we need to just tell staff.
Okay, okay.
So what I'm hearing is a consensus around 5 and 7 for January 10th, Tuesday, January 10th. Comp plan code amendments PC work session at 5 o'clock, followed by 7 o'clock PC hearing. Is that, do I got a general consensus from the?
Yep.
All right. John, do you hear that?
I got it.
Okay. Okay. I'll give you that back. We have some other business, 2 sets of minutes to approve. First, the minutes of the zoning hearing, planning commission from November 1st, 2022. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minute.
Motion approved.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Blount.
As written.
As written. Any discussion? If not, let's call the question. So by a vote of 4-0, the minutes of the zoning hearing from November 1st, 2022 are approved. Second, we have the minutes of the special called meeting agenda review work session from November 28th. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minute.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Dance. If there's no discussion, we'll call the question. And by a vote of 4-0, those minutes are also approved. If there's no other business, we stand adjourned. Thank you.